Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the conference. I hope everyone enjoyed themselves yesterday at the cocktail, and thanks so much to the City of Cape Town for putting that on so we could enjoy good Cape wines. But today we're back to work. This session is an extremely interesting one for anyone who actually deals with the issue of fast-growing cities, and that's probably every single person in this room. So session 1C, in case you're in the wrong place, is Urban Expansion and the Organization of African Cities. My name is Soraya Goga. I am your chair this morning, and I'm also a lead urban specialist at the World Bank. I work primarily on Eastern and Southern African cities. We have an extremely distinguished panel for you today. And as I go through the introductions, I am probably only going to talk about like 1/3 of the work that they actually do. I'll start off with Mark Roberts. Beyond his title as an urban economist and a global practice lead at the bank, he is the lead author of over 30 articles. For me, as a practitioner, his work on sustainable development, it's a report called Thriving, was absolutely crucial in getting to understand cities' climate change and how cities could actually grow and thrive within these challenges. He's worked on almost every single World Bank flagship for every region. Most recently, he's actually working on the Africa flagship. Beyond that, Mark is a real advisor at the World Bank to all the teams who deal with almost every single country in the world. He generously lends his time and also his vast knowledge. He's extremely well published, and we're very lucky to have him here today. Mark was previously a lecturer at Cambridge University. Next, we move on to Patrick Lamson-Hall. And Patrick, in a conference of urban economists, is an urban planner, a man after my own heart, since I'm an urban planner as well. He focuses on new cities and economic development. And the issue of new cities and urban expansion is something that we are all grappling with in African cities as they grow really fast. His paper today is actually extremely practical. And it'll help show you how urban plans and urban planning do not remain on the shelf. In addition to that, he's affiliated with almost every single top-class urban institute in the world, including NYU, the Cities Alliance, the Rockefeller Foundation, UN Habitat, and of course, now the World Bank. Haris Salad is a senior economist. He is with our development and research group at the World Bank, the people who are actually putting on this conference. And he's also one of the key organizers for this, particular event. His work focuses on land use, land tenure, transport, the mechanics of how cities work. And if you read his papers as a practitioner and as an urban planner, they're always quite eye-opening to us. He's been a visiting scholar in several places, including in France. He was the chair of the Land Policy Group at the World Bank, which is a very active one and does a lot of cutting-edge work on land. His PhD is from the Sorbonne. We have Xavier Baez. Xavier Baez is the lead urban economist at the World Bank. He's based in Pretoria. He's actually a poverty economist. And unlike many poverty economists who talk about poverty in rural areas in Africa and keep on saying poverty in Africa is rural, we're extremely lucky to have Xavier with us because he actually looks at urban poverty as well, which for those of us living in cities and working in cities know that this is actually a real issue. He has been a fellow at the Institute of Labor Economics. He has a significant experience across the bank, including in Turkey, working on lagging regions in Latin America and the Caribbean, and his PhD is from Syracuse. Finally, we have Rob McAfee. Rob is the Executive Director of Spatial Planning in Cape Town, and he is both a town planner, and he also works on land economics. He's a founding member of the Urban and Real Estate Unit at the University of Cape Town. He also has founded a course on housing finance. And for those of you who are South African and live in South Africa and study in South Africa, you know that these particular courses were not available to South Africans until a couple of years ago. He's worked all over South Africa at the Department of Construction, at UCT, at Gauteng. He's also worked at an institute, a Cambridge MIT Institute, and his work has been funded by Standard Bank, Nedbank, and others. So that is your distinguished panel. And since you probably want to hear from them, I'm now going to hand it over to Mark Roberts to go through his findings. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Soraya, for the very generous introduction. Just looking to get the PowerPoint started. Hopefully it comes up. Can you see the presentation on screen? Okay, it's here now. Okay, excellent. Okay, so I'm going to present some work today. The title of the presentation, the paper on which it's based, is an Anatomy of Urbanization in Sub-Saharan Africa. This is joint work with Pierre-Philippe Combes from Sciences Po, Clement Goran, and a few World Bank colleagues as well. So by way of introduction, I'm not sure I necessarily need to say this. Of course, we've been talking over the last few days about how fast and how rapid urbanization in Sub-Saharan Africa is. Since 1960, in those 63 years, we see a 16-fold increase in the absolute urban population, going from just over 33 million people to over 541 million people. In the process, the urban share of the population has approximately trebled, going from 14.6% to 43%. And looking forward, of course, this rapid urbanization is set to continue. By the middle of the century, more than 1.26 billion people in Africa will live in urban areas. Now, despite this rapid urbanization, remarkably little is actually known about detailed patterns of urbanization in the region. And there are two interrelated reasons for this. The first reason is that there's a lack of detailed, spatially granular official data on urban settlements and populations. For several countries, there's not been a census for several decades even, and quite often the census data that's published will be for quite large administrative units. And at least from the urban economics profession, there's been a general lack of research interest related to this to some extent, although I'm glad to say that is beginning to change. So in that context, in this paper, this presentation, I want to present a detailed descriptive analysis of patterns of urbanization across 47 countries from the region. And to do this, we're going to apply a new algorithm to a gridded population data set that allows us to delineate and identify urban settlements. And this is a method that's consistent across countries, which overcomes the problem of the fact that different countries have different official definitions of what constitutes an urban area. And this gridded population data set is in turn derived from digitized maps of the footprints of every single building in the region. This is a cross-sectional analysis for 1 year, 2015. So I'm going to present, based upon this, some evidence of a few key features, both across cities and also a little bit on the internal structures of cities that we see in the data. Okay, so this paper contributes to 3 interrelated literatures. The first is a newly emerging literature providing some evidence on patterns of African urbanization, looking to leverage satellite imagery. The second literature is methods for the more accurate and consistent delineation of urban areas, We've talked quite a lot about the degree of urbanization. That's really a landmark methodology in that respect. In this paper, we don't use the degree of urbanization. We're using this alternative dartboard algorithm that's attributable to de Belfond et al. In a 2021 paper. And this is a statistical-based approach for identifying urban areas, which I'll talk more about in a moment. And the third literature we contribute to is a big descriptive literature, not necessarily focused on sub-Saharan Africa, but on trying to describe urban systems and the internal structures of cities. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about the methodology, our methodology for identifying and delineating urban areas across the region, the data that we use as input into the algorithm. So the methodology is this dartboard approach, and essentially what we're looking to do is identify urban areas as statistically significant peaks of population density within a country. How do we do that? Well, we need a counterfactual population density distribution for the country against which to compare actual density to assess statistical significance. So to do that, we take all grid cells within a country which are populated and randomly reshuffle those grid cells. We repeat that process 5,000 times. We reshuffle the grid cells over all potentially inhabitable grid cells in a country. And that generates this counterfactual density distribution for the country under the assumption of randomness. So how do we define inhabitable or potentially inhabitable grid cells? These are grid cells which are not covered by water. You can't live in the middle of a lake, typically. They're not in the middle of a desert. They're not on top of a large mountain. And they're not on an extremely steep slope where it's difficult to build. And so urban cells are cells whose actual population density is greater than the 95th percentile of the counterfactual density distribution that we generate. And so it's significant at the 5% significance level. And then we distinguish between two types of urban area, cities and towns. So cities are urban areas that possess an urban core. How do we identify those urban cores? We take all urban gridded population data cells and then perform a second random reshuffling to be able to identify statistically significant peaks of population density across urban areas. And so if an urban area has one of these peaks, it's a city. That's the core of the city and the peak within the city. If an urban area doesn't possess one of these peaks, it's a town, typically smaller. Okay, so the data that we use as input into this algorithm, I've alluded to the fact that it's gridded population data for the entire region. It's constrained world pop data. And so this is gridded population data that constrains the distribution of population to built-up grid cells within a country. Those built-up grid cells are identified based upon this region-wide map of building footprints covering the 47 countries. And this comes from, basically derived from 50 centimeter resolution satellite imagery, so exceptionally high resolution satellite imagery. And then we've got various data sets to identify water bodies, deserts, elevation slope as well. Okay, so now let me just present some key findings, some basic descriptive findings. So the first finding is that if we take our estimates of levels of urbanization for the 47 countries and compare them with official estimates of urbanization, then based upon our analysis, most sub-Saharan African countries appear more urbanized than official data would have us believe. So we're talking about rapid urbanization in Africa. It may already be the case that Africa is much more urbanized than we typically believe it to be so. And so for 45 out of the 47 countries, our estimate of the urban share of population is higher than the official estimate. Second key finding is that on average, across the 47 countries, most people who live in urban areas live in dense cities rather than less dense towns. And so 55% of the population on average lives in cities, almost 19% in towns, and the average density of cities is 3 times that of the average density of towns. And then within cities, population is even more concentrated. So within cities, more than 2/3 of the population on average live in these very dense urban cores. And the density of those urban cores is on average about 4,000 people per square kilometre, compared to the overall density of the city on average of 1,374 people. Now, a third finding is that if we look at estimates for developed countries, then people will estimate the elasticity of built-up area of a city with respect to urban population. And typically, those estimated elasticities are less than 1. What does that mean? It means as urban population doubles, the population of a city doubles, the built-up area less than doubles. And so that's consistent with a pattern of cities not only expanding outwards through horizontal development, but also vertically as we get more high-rise development within a city. That's not the case for Africa, according to our estimates. Our estimates of built-up elasticities with respect to population are greater than 1. So as population of a city doubles, the built-up area of the city more than doubles. And so this is consistent with an idea that has been articulated previously by other people, that cities develop kind of in a very sprawling manner, basically in Sub-Saharan Africa, much more so than in developed countries. Okay, a third key finding is that people are sometimes concerned about the problem of excessive urban primacy. Too large a share of your population being concentrated in the largest city, which might generate excessive congestion forces, which dampens national productivity, national welfare. According to our results, this doesn't appear to be the case on average for Sub-Saharan Africa. If anything, on average, urban primacy is lower in Sub-Saharan African countries than it is in high-income countries. So there doesn't seem to be this problem of excessive urban primacy in the region. And then turning to the internal structures of cities, we find that most cities in most of the 47 Sub-Saharan African countries are monocentric cities. So they have a single statistically significant peak of dense population within the city, and then there's a declining population density gradients as you go away from that peak monocentric center of the city. And so this is the case on average across countries for 80% of the cities. For 90% of the countries in the region, 90% of cities have a single center, this monocentric type structure. Nevertheless, there are some cities, typically the largest city within our country, that will have more than one center. The median country's largest city has 4 centers, and so there will be a dominant center and then 3 sub-centers. Nevertheless, in our data, there's actually 3 cities that possess many more centers, which is kind of interesting in the data. And so in the cases of Nairobi, Addis, and Niamey in Nigeria, there are actually several hundred locally statistically significant peaks of population density within a city. And so there'll be a very clearly dominant peak of density in the city, but then numerous smaller population density peaks. And what we think we're actually picking up here are slums in the city, small, sort of concentrated, very densely populated informal settlements within these cities, scattered in various places. Okay, so let me just conclude with speculating in terms of some possible policy implications. These are purely descriptive results. There's nothing causal here, but nevertheless, it's maybe useful to speculate a little bit in terms of potential policy implications. So first of all, the fact that it appears that Africa is more urbanized than official definitions lead us to believe, points to the existence of significant hidden urbanization. Areas where significant numbers of people are living in what appear to be urban-type areas that are officially classified as rural. Of course, that has governance implications. It's got implications when it comes to the delivery of basic services and so forth. Secondly, the fact that, okay, most people live in dense cities, and within cities, most people live in these very dense urban cores, suggests that, okay, if you want to try to improve the competitiveness and livability of cities in the region, then we really need to think about seriously how to improve the use of density in these very dense urban cores. How do we make density more effective? What the kind of geographic targeting of those areas that we can undertake. Then thirdly, the fact that we find these built-up area elasticities with respect to population that are greater than 1, and cities are expanding horizontally, you know, maybe leads us to think about, okay, how do we promote more vertical development as well within cities, and by reducing the costs of such development. And those costs aren't just pure construction costs, but it's also things in terms of regulations that might inhibit the ability of developers to develop upwards. And then finally, we do see the fact that most of these cities are monocentric and very strongly monocentric. But nevertheless, we've seen that even just from pure natural population growth, even if Africa is more urbanized than we previously thought, nevertheless, there's going to be a massive explosion of urban population. So cities are going to be expanding outwards. You know, do we need to start thinking about how to promote more polycentric structures of cities? Now, this work has some obvious limitations. So the first limitation is because we've tried to provide a very detailed picture based upon this sort of digitized maps of all these building footprints at 50 centimeter resolution, but the downside of that is that the analysis is basically a cross-sectional analysis of a single time period. Obviously, it would be good to extend this to multiple time periods so we can see the dynamics of urbanization over time. And the built-up data that we're using, essentially, it's individual building footprints, but now there's also data on built-up volume as well, you know, with the GHSL suite of products. Okay, it's not going to be as precise as our 50 centimeter satellite resolution data, but I think that's kind of very useful data to bring into this algorithm. Finally, I did just want to plug the fact that we have a second companion paper. And this second companion paper, basically, we've taken these urban areas that we've delimited and derived and combined it with household budget survey data to be able to derive estimates of urban poverty across these different types of urban area. And you do see a very steep poverty gradient. And in those kind of small urban towns that we identify, the poverty rate is actually very similar to the rural areas, whereas the poverty rate in the urban core in the cities tend to be significantly lower. Okay, so I see I've got 10 seconds left, so I'll stop there and pass over to the next speaker. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everybody. That was a little lackluster. Let's try again. Good morning, everybody. Lovely, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to be presenting some new research on the results of a long-running program to promote urban expansion planning in Ethiopia. I mentioned that it's new research just so that you know that if I stumble a little bit in the presentation, we're still kind of working our way through it. And this urban expansion planning idea came out of a few stylized facts that we observed in some research I was doing at New York University maybe 5-6 years ago. The first one is that as urban growth is occurring, and by the way, I'm very grateful to Mark for his presentation because I decided deliberately to omit including any data on how fast urbanization is happening in Sub-Saharan Africa, assuming that at least one of my co-panelists would give us some statistics on that. So I was right to do it. So as cities are growing, as they're adding urban population, we know that much of that growth is taking place through spatial expansion. And when we looked at the data, we found, about 3/4 of the added population is coming in peripheral areas. But that the vast majority of the peripheral expansion that's taking place is happening without any real structured planning. It's typically occurring through a kind of an ad hoc, informal process. And the proportion varies, depending on which cities you're looking at and which countries, but somewhere between 2/3 and 90% of the new residential growth is informal. And in these informal areas, we see people are getting housed, we see that livelihood opportunities are being created. These are situations that are reducing poverty in many cases and leading to better long-term outcomes. But what we don't see is any activity by the public sector. Specifically, we don't see any efforts to provide infrastructure or to facilitate the long-term provision of infrastructure, and that this has a cost. So when new areas are being built and they're being built without planning, eventually they are retrofitted. And when they get retrofitted or they get normalized, it's much more costly than if the services had been provided or at least planned for in advance. So in the long run, this has structural implications for national economic growth. It has structural implications for inclusion and for long-term poverty. And overall, it can lead to a lower dividend from urbanization. And so at New York University, Solly Angel came up with this idea called urban expansion planning. And the idea with urban expansion planning simply was, let's come up with a program that will allow cities that are experiencing rapid urban growth to proactively prepare for that growth by making simple plans on the periphery. It's a 5-step program that's provided through technical support to municipalities. So consultants didn't prepare the plans, local city staff prepared the plans, and they're very simple plans that primarily focus on providing an arterial road network, or more specifically reserving the land for an arterial road network for the next 30 years of spatial expansion in rapidly growing cities in sub-Saharan Africa. And you can see, this is the municipal team from a city called Bahir Dar in Ethiopia. The mayor's sitting at the table, the chief planner's sitting at the table, New York University doesn't hold the pencil. They also set aside land for public open spaces, and they produce plans that roughly look like this. And the notion that we had is that if this is done well, this arterial grid and the land that's reserved for this arterial grid will enable future leaders who have more resources to provide backbone infrastructure. Lighting, water, drainage, electricity. You can run public transportation on this grid, but more importantly, by putting in place a network or a structure for the future growth, you facilitate the integration of the metropolitan labor markets. So even if the land eventually develops in an informal pattern, the residents in those areas will have better access to livelihoods and markets for goods and services. And we thought, okay, if you do this, you'll have higher incomes, you'll have a greater likelihood of having access to sanitation infrastructure and improvements in transport. So the programming started in Ethiopia in 2013. We started with a set of 4 cities, and then from 2014 to 2017, we extended the program to 14 additional cities. The Phase 1 cities received significantly more technical assistance and mentoring than the Phase 2 cities, who primarily got their training and support through conferences. The Phase 1 cities got a lot of visits. And we implemented this program in collaboration with, at the time it was MEDC, Ministry of Urban Development and Construction, but now it's the Ministry of Urban and Infrastructure with the government of Ethiopia. And as I say, it was provided as a technical assistance program. Come to now, we received some resources from Open Philanthropy to conduct an evaluation of this program and assess first, okay, how many cities actually did something, you know? The cities made these plans, the cities approved these plans, how many of them actually built anything? Then how was this process for the officials who were involved? You know, what was their interpretation of it and what was kind of the narrative of how the implementation took place? And then finally, what was the impact? So if you live in a city that actually did develop and implement their urban expansion plan and build infrastructure, what was the impact on households that were in the planned areas versus in the unplanned areas? The first thing that we did is identify the expansion areas, the places where the growth took place. We did that using a satellite imagery analysis methodology that I'm not going to go into in detail. Suffice it to say, it let us identify the expansion areas in the city where growth happened between the time of the program and the present day. Then we took the approved urban expansion plan maps that we got from the Ministry of Urban and Infrastructure. We put them onto satellite imagery, and we looked to see, okay, of all these arterial roads that these cities planned, how many of them did they actually build? You know, where are the ones that they actually built in the new growth areas? And the counterpoint to that, so we have a portion of new growth occurring in areas that were developed with the urban expansion plan, you know, with the new arterial roads. And we have a portion of new growth that was developed in areas that didn't get the urban expansion plan, you know, areas where they didn't implement, so they don't have access to this arterial infrastructure. So that let us identify impact and control groups for household sampling. When we did a general overview of the implementation, we found that 5 out of 18 cities in the program constructed significant amounts of the planned arterial infrastructure, and 11 out of 18 implemented to some degree, and then there were 7 that didn't implement at all. So we decided to focus our evaluation on 8 cities, all the high-level cities, and 3 of the low-level cities. This kind of shows you what it looks like when they actually do it. This is Bahir Dar, Ethiopia, that made the plan in 2015, 2016, 2018, 2020, 2022, and 2024. So this is kind of what a structured urbanization process looks like under urban expansion planning. It's framed by arterial roads. The actual activities that take place within the delineated macro blocks can vary. They can be industry or they can be residential, but you end up with a more orderly development pattern. To conduct the quantitative analysis of the household impacts, we looked at the areas that were within 500 meters of the arterial road corridors that were actually constructed, 500 meters being considered a kind of a walking distance buffer. And then we looked 300 meters beyond that to the areas that were built 800 meters at least away from the corridors. Within 500 meters of an arterial road, we considered that an impact area, and 800 meters or beyond, we considered that to be a control area. So we put a little 300-meter buffer in between so that we could get a discontinuity. Within those impact and control areas, we used a Halton sequence, a kind of a randomly generated sequence, to produce some geographically distributed points. We discarded the points that didn't land on or near houses. We selected 250 points in the impact areas and in the control areas and took a sample of 500 in each of the 8 cities. The survey that we conducted, the household survey that we conducted in these 4,000 households, assessed a bunch of stuff. We looked at the level of education, income, home-based businesses, poverty likelihood, household assets, travel modes and durations, food security, a bunch of questions about health. And this is a kind of a table showing whether there were differences between the impact and control areas, basically summarizing the It's the summary statistics, so summarizing the summary statistics to see where there are differences. And significantly, we found differences in income, we found differences in transportation, but also we found some factors that led us suspect that there may be some self-selection or endogeneity concerns, specifically comparing the impact and control areas. Impact areas tended to have a higher level of education for the head of household. The households tended to be larger, more likely to have home ownership. Some reported that they'd been in the neighborhood longer, which we think is a questionable finding because we know exactly when the neighborhoods were built. So there's no way that they could be there any longer than the neighborhood was there. Higher rates of home business operation, and then some things that were the same. So we asked if people had a fixed place of work. It had the same proportion. We asked a lot of questions about food security. They had the same proportion of food insecurity. And so we decided to do a couple of simple regression analyses with the more interesting variables. The first one that we looked at is income. And by the way, I should say we're intending to improve on this analysis. I'm not an econometrician, so this is kind of my scratch pad econometrics, but we're actually trying to pursue a partnership to improve on this research. But to assess income, we looked at a few variables: household size, whether or not they were in an impact area, years of education, operation of a home business. And we got a kind of a reasonable R-squared in the initial regression and a finding that, in fact, after controlling for those variables, we still saw an income benefit. And then we realized that a data point we'd collected, which is their income 10 years ago, actually instrumented really nicely for household size, years of education, and operation of a home business. And so we ran a second regression where we just used their estimated income from 10 years ago, and also we found that there was an income effect of being adjacent to these arterial roads. So that's one thing that we looked at. The second thing that we looked at is whether or not they used wheeled transportation. And the wheeled transportation we asked about basically came down to whether they're using paratransit, so taxi or bajaj. Almost no households in these areas had their own private vehicles, whether they were in income or control. And we were curious, since we knew from the summary statistics that if you were in an impact area, you were much more likely to use wheeled transportation, but we weren't sure if that was just an income effect. Because they had more money, right? So presumably they would be more likely to access it. So we just did this very simple regression to see if it was just an income effect, and we found that actually no, it's not. So they are more likely to use wheeled transportation, income notwithstanding, if you're in an impact area, which makes sense in a way because you're closer to it. If you're in a neighborhood that has an arterial road, you're more likely to be close to a place where paratransit operators would set up. So what did we see based on this scratch pad regression, you might say? The monthly income premium for being in an area with a network of arterial roads on the urban periphery versus not is somewhere between 9.4% and 19.4% of the median income of the households in the sample. A 14% greater likelihood of operating a home business, and 15% more likely to use wheeled transportation to travel to their place of work. Then the qualitative assessment, which came from interviews with city leaders, they reported that they had less squatting, that they had better control of urban informality. So they felt, data notwithstanding, it was a qualitative assessment, but they felt that they had better control over the peripheral growth they were experiencing. And then they also reported higher municipal revenues, mostly because they were better able to charge fees and incorporate households into their leasing system, which they use in Ethiopia. And by the way, these are kind of pictures of these areas. So, one is an arterial road being extended out into the periphery, and the other is a kind of a consolidated area with a new arterial road. So I've got just a second left, so I'm not going to talk about the additional discussion points. I'm going to say, from a policy perspective, our general conclusion is that this approach appears to work. It's pretty low cost. It seems like it produces good outcomes, that it's something that municipalities are capable of doing, so they actually can make it happen on the ground. So now the institution that I'm with, the Africa Urban Lab, is in the process of extending this to more countries and more cities in Africa. And the Cities Alliance and NYU are two organizations that are trying to do the same thing as well, so extend the approach into more countries and more cities. We feel that more or less the evidence is in, and what's needed now is to aggressively scale this technique to rapidly urbanizing cities in Africa so they can enjoy more orderly growth and higher incomes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Okay, so this is a research piece jointly written with Pierre Picard from University of Luxembourg, forthcoming in the Journal of Economic Geography. This is our modest attempt to try and understand how the conversion of land from agricultural land into residential land is happening at the periphery of African cities. So basically, very quickly, I'm going to talk about the context and motivation. Just a brief words about the literature, then I'll explain some type of theory model that we have, a theoretical framework, and then the empirical analysis. So just to start with the context, land use conversion occurs alongside tenure conversion as cities, grow. So in Sub-Saharan African cities, there's the expectation that the population and the land area are expected to double by 2050. So here's a picture of land conversion, actually, that I took in Bamako, Mali, about a decade ago. And you can see that there are different land uses, actually. This is an old village. You can see the old mosque in the background with the blue minaret, and the agricultural land surrounding the mosque. And then some of the plots have been converted. So you can see some formal land use here with residential houses. And in the back, you have a big building that is alongside a road that is currently being built. So you can see the mix of land use. And this is a very dynamic phenomenon that happens massively at the periphery of most Sub-Saharan African cities. So ag land gets converted to residential land. And the land is being purchased actually from customary owners. Those are the people who own the land at the periphery of the city. And this actually explains it has some implication on the functioning of the land markets. So basically, there are two problems if you're a buyer of land in those locations. First, there is risk. It is possible that the seller, the person who sells you the land, does not really has legitimacy, on selling the land. It can be the village chief, it can be the user of the land, it can be someone else. So there are a lot of multiple sales. So there's a lot of risk associated with buying the plot, and you may enter into some type of conflict and then lose your plot. So there's risk associated with buying land at the periphery of cities. And the other problem is there's information asymmetry. The seller may know that he is not legitimate over the land, but the buyer does not know. So basically, there's a problem here that can you not trust the seller. So buyers, actually, after they've purchased the land, they may attempt to formalize it. They may try to obtain a formal property right by entering into some kind of process with the land administration in order to reduce the risk once they purchase the land. But not all buyers manage to do that. So this is what the paper basically is about. So the motivation, the focus is really to look at the conversion, as I told you, in urban land areas. So I'm going to show you some theory. So for those who know urban economics, we embed the analysis in the standard monocentric model, but we add land use conversion. So basically, the standard monocentric model just represents the city in terms of the location from the city center, and the agents in the cities compete for use of the land, and they offer a price to the sellers, and basically you end up with a situation where you have prices closer to the CBD that have more accessibility are greater, and prices of land further away from the CBD are lower. So you have a negative land gradient. So basically we embed our analysis in this standard theory, and we add some features to it. So our question is, how do risk and information asymmetry that I mentioned affect the process of land conversion? So we're going to talk about two markets. One market is the primary market. What we call the primary market is the first time the land is being sold from a customary owner to someone else who does not belong to the customary system. So we're going to show that the fact that you have risk on the plots actually reduces the amount of transactions and the size of city, and it's bad actually in terms of surplus. The other result that we're going to show is that there's some type of adverse selection, in the sense that because of this information asymmetry, it is the low-quality plots, the most risky ones, that get sold, and the other ones do not get sold, so there's a problem here as well. So that's the primary market. And then we're going to have some analysis also of the secondary market. Once after the plot has been initially sold from a customary owner to someone else, a resident in the city, then the secondary market can kick in. You have people who buy, there's a subsequent, transaction, and people buy land from those people who initially buy it for the customary owner. So this is the secondary market, and those two markets exist in parallel and are very, very, very dynamic. So basically, and the empirical analysis is going to use some data from Bamako, Mali, where we did the study. So we're going to show that the structure that we observe actually in Bamako is completely predicted by our model. And we are going to look into the specificities of these markets by looking at whether there is or not information asymmetry in the primary market and in the secondary market. And we're going to show you also some results in terms of the 10-year security premium. So the idea of the 10-year security premium is that when you have a plot that is more secure because it is formal, it is more expensive than a plot that is insecure because it is either informal on the secondary market or also informally traded on the primary market. So basically, the literature in terms of land and property rights, I don't want to spend much time talking about it. Let's just say that there are some papers that try to understand the formation of informality in cities, and there are some papers that look at the impact of informality and tenure insecurity on economic outcomes. But the interesting insights from this literature for our paper is that some authors showed that weak property rights reduce city size, which is also a feature of our model. And also there's a paper by Bird and Venables in Regional Science and Urban Economics, who agree that the coexisting tenure types, different types of different regimes coexisting, may not be that good for efficiency of land use. I think they have their studies on Kampala. So what is our contribution? So we account for customary land rights as part of the urban system. It's important not to think in terms of formal, informal. We're talking about the periphery. We have to account of what's happening with the customary holders. So we have a spatial model with information asymmetry. And we have an empirical assessment of what information asymmetry and risk do in urban land markets. So let me try to give you some very brief presentation of the theoretical framework without going into any of the complex details. So basically, we have this monocentric city, which means that you have a city and that is represented as a line that extends, away from the CBD, and you have individuals who are mobile. They may, come into the city and leave the city, depending on shocks that they face. So basically, in our model, land may be used for either residence or for agricultural production. So what is interesting also in our model is our concept of the city includes the hinterland, where you have agricultural producers that sell their product at the city center. So you have four cases of economic activities, land use and land tenure in the model. You have people who are outside the city. Those are the rural dwellers. They can potentially migrate to the city. They have an outside utility, which is exogenous, and they will migrate to the city as long as they obtain a better utility within the city. That's the whole process in the model. You have some pre-existing owners of the land throughout the urban space, which are the customary farmers, right? And they will sell their product, as I said, to the CBD, but they may also sell their land to the migrants to the city. And you have two types of migrants. You have those who manage to formalize the property rights. So they have a statutory right, this means formal rights. They commute to the CBD for a wage, they are workers. And you have other urban workers, so migrants who came to the city, but who did not manage to formalize their land, and they also commute to the CBD. So migrants to the CBD, they become urban workers, they acquire land from the customary farmers, and they attempt to formalize. So basically, it's a quite simple setting. But there's tenure and security in the customary system, and also for the plots that are purchased from the customary owners, as long as they are not formalized. When you formalize, you have no more risk. So basically, here's a graph that represents the functioning of the model. So you have those customary farmers who are the pre-existing owners of the land. They don't have statutory rights. There's risk associated with customary land use. They can either sell the land to an urban worker, or they can keep it, and they remain customary farmers. Then the urban workers, they may attempt to formalize. With some probability, they may succeed, and then they obtain a statutory right with no risk, so they cannot be evicted, or they fail their attempt to formalize, and then they have a non-statutory right, they're informal, and they can be evicted from the plot. So basically, that's the whole functioning of the model, and we have two cases, depending on whether there is asymmetric information between the seller and the buyer, or there is symmetric information. When there is asymmetric information, the buyer does not know what is the level of risk of the plot that he is buying. So basically, the price is some type of average price on the expected risk. Whereas when there is symmetric information, the buyers actually knows the risk of that specific plot, and the plots that are more risky will command the lower prices, and you have plenty of different prices. So let me continue here. So don't worry too much about those complex graphs. This is just to just focus on what is at the bottom here. It shows you the structure of the land in the city, depending on the types of plots that are being sold. So basically, you have three sections in the city. There's a section close to the central business district where you have both statutory and non-statutory rights, coexistence of formal and informal. Then you have another portion of the city where you have customary farming that coexists with formal and informal rights. This is the picture that I had shown you. And then you have customary farming. This is symmetric information, and then you have asymmetric information with basically the same type of structure with some modification. So we have some... Can I do 4 minutes? Okay, we have some predictions of the model, basically tenure and security. Basically, when you look at, try to explain the land prices, you have what we call a hedonic regression of prices and the characteristics of the plots. Basically, you have a lower price for plots purchased for customary owners on the primary market, and for plots custom by non-customary sellers on the secondary market. We do tests for information asymmetry. There's one test that shows that if you have information asymmetry, which means that the seller knows the risk, but the buyer does not know the risk, then when you buy a plot, afterwards, the formalization prospect, the fact that over time the plot gets formalized or not, does not depend on the price. That's one of the tests, and we have other tests. I'm not going to go into too much detail. And there's also a test of the variance. As I said, when you have symmetric information, that means there are a lot of different prices because the risks are observed in the market. And where there is asymmetric information, it's just an average price. So we look at the variance to see if we have symmetric or asymmetric. I'm going to skip. I'm just going to show you here we do the empirical analysis in Bamako. We have this is a survey of plots, not a survey of households, a survey of unbuilt plots that we did in 2012. And here you can see the plots. The gray area in the middle is the built-up area, the footprint, if you want. And then the pink area is the hinterland, where we observe the conversion of land. So basically, I'm going to skip, I'm showing you that. This is the structure of the city. You can see that by distance to the city center, you have a mix of statutory and non-customary seller, and then you have the customary farming that kicks in further away from the city center, between 12 and 36 kilometers away from the city center. That is completely consistent with our model. I'm going to skip the econometrics. I'm just going to go directly to the conclusion. But basically, we find a price discount of 70% when you buy a plot from a customary owner compared to buying a plot on the formal market. And we find a discount of 60% when you buy an informal plot from a non-customary seller compared to buying formal plots. We don't find information asymmetry in the secondary market, but we find information asymmetry in the primary market. So basically, my conclusion here, I'm skipping the econometrics. So this is a paper that analyzes land use and tenure conversion within a theoretical framework. We showed that the urban expansion process is costly, accompanied by conflict. We find that there's tenure risks in both primary and secondary markets, as evidenced by the tenure security premium, but the information asymmetry is only in the primary market and not in the secondary market. So once the plot has been sold and has left the customary system, someone has purchased it without knowing what the risk was, but then the risk is revealed, and the market tends to understand what that risk is, and it is valued into prices. So the policy implications here may be enhancing information on tenure risks to accompany the process, the land conversion process. It could improve the land market efficiency. So it's really a first attempt to try and understand how those markets function. We don't know much about those markets. This is just, our exploratory work into this. I'm sure there's plenty more work that could be done. For instance, one wants to understand what are the informational barriers that makes it that people do not have information and risks. But there are also very important issues to study in the process and conversion of land. There are a lot of equity issues because of bargaining power discrepancies between the sellers and the buyers, distressed sales, abuse of power from powerful agents who may be able to grab the land. There are also poverty-enhancing aspects of land use conversion. So the customary farmers, they sell the land, but what are they doing when they don't have any more land in a context where there's a lot of unemployment and there aren't that many jobs into the city? So basically, there's a whole research program that can be looked into. This was just our modest first attempt to look into this. Let's stop here.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to start by thanking the organizers of the conference for giving me the chance to present this work, and also to say that Soraya was far too generous introducing me as a lead urban economist. I wish I would be an urban economist. I'm not, although I must confess that I'm increasingly intrigued by issues at the intersection between the spatial structure of economic activity, economic inefficiencies, and economic inclusion. And largely motivated by that personal interest, but also the importance of this issue for South Africa is why we have been doing this work. So the main objective of this work is to try to quantify some of the spatial impediments to economic inclusion in South Africa. This is a long-standing issue, is well known, but this literature has been mostly documented by anecdotal evidence, qualitative evidence. So this is an effort to try to quantify these spatial inefficiencies. Let me start with the context very quickly, which is well known for South Africans, obviously, and also for those who follow the South African economy, but probably not so much for the rest. So after 30 years of democracy, after 1994, South Africa is still grappling with the challenges of high levels of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. This is largely rooted in very weak economic performance of the economy. The South African economy has been growing below population growth during the last decade or so, to a level that the GDP per capita of South Africa now is the same one that the country had in 2007. Largely because of that, and also because of the weak job creation of the economy, inequality and poverty remain high. There are not official poverty numbers for more than a decade, but using other proxies, we can say that easily 55 to 60% of the population in South Africa are poor, and inequality is among the highest in the world. In 2024, unemployment rate was 32%, 33%, so more than 8 million South Africans without a job. And if you consider those who basically gave up and stopped looking for jobs, the unemployment rate reaches 42%. Among the youth, is almost 2 in 3 young people are without a job. So in trying to understand that, obviously there have been a lot of hypotheses, and a lot of research has shown that some of the structural factors driving this underperformance are related to the private sector. There are a lot of infrastructure challenges, energy, transport, and logistics. Also, the large footprint of the state, even in economic sectors that are often dominated by private actors, and also very cumbersome regulations that create weak incentives for investments and job firm and job creation. Also, a lot of rigidities in labor markets, low levels of productivity of labor, relatively low price of capital, which distorts the hiring of workers, high transportation costs, also relate to labor markets as skills gaps and large mismatches in the labor market. Some analysts also attribute the underperformance to the possibly disincentives created by a very large social protection system in the country. And another area is spatial inefficiencies, which is the focus of this work. So the objective of this analysis is to quantify how the structure of cities in the country, in South Africa, contributes to low productivity, high unemployment, and high inequality. There are two challenges when you are trying to tackle this question, and one, it relates to data. Household surveys, yes, they are rich in terms of the coverage of the information, the depth of the information, but they don't have the levels of representativeness that you need to be able to tease out the spatial dynamics. The second one is really not a clear definition of what is a well-functioning city. There are not global benchmarks of what is the optimal spatial organization of a well-functioning city. So what we do in this work is purely data-driven, empirically driven analysis. It's very different from what Harris was showing, which is basically starting from theory and then from theory testing some hypotheses. We do the opposite. It's a purely empirically driven analysis. We cannot attribute causality to any of the relationships that you will see. And then we try then to fit the findings to existing theory. We use a lot of different, what we call non-traditional data, remote sense data, that is open source. I can see Michele is here. We use, one of them is the general human settlement layer data that he was talking about yesterday. And also we use especially disaggregated tax admin data from South Africa on employment and also censuses. We use this global data also to develop a global benchmark to compare the spatial structure of cities in South Africa against 20 global cities from all continents in the world, including 5 other cities in Africa. This slide is just to give you a sense of the type of data that we use for this part of the analysis. When we have assets at the subpopulation level, is a level of administrative division in South Africa, actually very low, it's the second lowest. There are 23,000 sub-places in South Africa. We use census data to construct an assets index to proxy for deprivation. Assets, I mean mostly access to services and also human capital accumulation within the household and some basic assets ownership. Then we have data on building volumes, population density, which is derived both from the census but also the GHSL data, and then employment as reported in the census. We do this for the 5 largest cities in South Africa: Johannesburg, Cape Town, Durban, Port Elizabeth, and Tshwane or Pretoria. Then we use the data to delineate business centers. We don't rely on any monocentric or administrative zones assumptions. In the paper, we explained what is the process to identify business centers. And here you can see the examples of, for instance, Johannesburg, what we find is polycentric. There are 3 major business centers in the city, which contrasts with what you see in Nairobi, where it's mostly monocentric. So there are basically 3 steps in this analysis. The first one is, How different are South African cities in terms of the location of the population with respect to the location of economic activity relative to 20 cities globally, what we call the global benchmark. Then when we establish that, we see, okay, the outliers are these areas that are more affluent or poorer. Then after doing that, we look at the employment levels in cities that are in parts of the cities that are far away from the business centers. And finally, we look at also the employment surrounding the areas where people live, not only the levels of employment, but also employment volatility. So what I'm going to show now is a series of graphs that hopefully will present the results in a very intuitive way. The first of all is South African cities show a large difference, a large spatial mismatch between economic activity and population density. What that means is that as the distance from the business centers increases, you see an increase in population density in South African cities. That is an anomaly when you compare it with most or with many cities in the world, where actually you see population density increasing as you come closer to business centers. So in this graph, you see in the 25 cities that we look at, the 5 cities in South Africa are really deviating from the global norm. So that's the first stylized fact that we wanna present, is that density increases the farther you are from the business centers. Obviously, that creates a lot of spatial frictions, inefficiencies, and obviously undermines the forces of agglomeration that are a strong driver of productivity. So then we say, okay, people live far away from economic density in South Africa. Let's see if there are differences in the well-being of households that live closer to business centers, I mean closer to jobs, and households that live very far away. And for that, we constructed an asset index that I was talking about before. And what you see in this graph is on the horizontal axis is population density, and on the y-axis we have the asset index. The higher the value of the asset index, the better off is the neighborhood. And as you see that as that asset index decreases, then population density increases, and this is consistent for all the cities in the 5 major cities in South Africa. The relationship is weaker in Durban, but you can still see it very clearly in the other cities, meaning that those who are far away from jobs, from the centers of economic activity, also happen to be the most deprived households. This is well known for South Africans. I know this is not new, but in the paper we present a lot of estimates that show the gap, and the differences are very, very striking. Okay. Thank you. So then we look at local employment in these neighborhoods compared to the wealthiest neighborhoods. And you see systematically for almost all cities, and this graph shows basically the coefficients for the different deciles in the wealth index are below the levels of employment that you see in the richest neighborhoods in the cities. I would say, roughly speaking, half. Levels of employment in areas far away from the city centers are half of what you observe in the less deprived areas. And obviously, poor households have lower levels of skills, and so they might not be able to access or compete for high-paying jobs. So if we look at jobs at the bottom of the wage distribution and redo the analysis, we still show that even poor households have fewer jobs in low-paid employment. Not only that, levels of employment are lower, but also they face higher volatility of employment, which is also bad, has a lot of different implications, including on skills development in the job. And finally, so what we did is we use additional sources of geospatial data to try to look into the areas that are driving this spatial mismatch. And we use, well, it's very well explained in the paper. I'm not going to give you the details, but it's basically creating a typology within cities of 5 groups of areas. One of them is what we call high density disconnected, high density / disconnected areas. And what you see is that when you overlay that with the townships in South Africa, they almost match perfectly. So these are areas that are highly populated, crowded housing, high levels of deprivation, and they are poorly connected to markets. So to finish, well, I said that already areas that are within 5 kilometers of commercial clusters in South Africa have levels of population density that are 60% below the median of what you observe in most countries. The dense and poor neighborhoods are the ones that bear the burden of this spatial mismatch. Labor markets are less dynamic in poor neighborhoods. Formal employment is 70% lower, for instance, in the poorest decile than in the wealthiest decile in Johannesburg, and that number is 44% in Cape Town. And so these findings provide an indication that the spatial structure of economic activity and population in South Africa not only undermines agglomeration forces, but also entrenches inequality. I have some policy options, which I'm going to skip, but just say that the 2 objectives are to improve mobility. A poor household in South Africa is estimated, or a person is estimated to spend between 50 and 80% of the daily income paying for commuting, which is extremely high, and is 7-8 times higher than what we observe in other similar countries. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the presentations. There was particularly that last one, I must admit, for somebody who lives in Cape Town. It was something that we've known, but it was fascinating to read and actually see the evidence of what that actually looked like. But the plotting, the comparisons are quite scary, actually. So a really fascinating piece of work. Colleagues, I think you'll all agree we've had some very interesting inputs today and a very interesting collection of papers as well. When I read them, actually, there were a few common themes that I picked up across them. And for me, the big value add, in fact, for all 4 of the papers, was improving the evidence base, which I think is really important because the stronger the evidence base, we're in a much better informed position we're able to make more informed decisions in the space, which I think is critical. I think they improved the evidence base particularly in 2 ways that I found very interesting. The one was the use of technology to get better data, and that comes through in many ways, particularly the use of remote sensing, satellite imagery, etc., which really, I think, increased the sophistication. The work that was done, with respect to looking at the built-up areas, and that led to very different outcomes in terms of the levels of urbanization, for instance, what we thought they were to what they are, because we're using more sophisticated techniques. Mark also thought, just from a methodology point of view, I also think we've improved the evidence-based. I had to look it up. I think it was dartboard, but algorithms. But what I really liked about that is that we didn't take just some arbitrary threshold of what is an urban area, but saying, let's look at what the numbers are telling us with statistically significant, intense areas, etc., in that space, and that and from that we're then able to make far more sophisticated outcomes in terms of what is the actual level of urbanization in these spaces. So although that was really, really useful and really important. The second key area I thought was not just in terms of improving the but evidence base, but looking at how these cities grow internally. And I find it fascinating that elasticities around where if you look at a lot of global cities, population growth increases, etc., but urban areas don't increase at the same rate. That elasticity being less than 1, where a lot of in the Sub-Saharan African sort of cases, it's greater than 1. So that's spatial expansion. And we know this notion of sort of many of our cities, and particularly in South Africa, etc., sort of relatively low density and kind of sprawling, as well as some of the work that was done. How do cities then densify after the fact? So that there's an urbanization, relatively horizontal, and then there's a kind of more vertical work that happens up there, and some of the ideas as to why that was the case. And I thought there's the sort of the normal, if I can call it the usual sort of land economics, land capital trade-off that happens in that space. But I thought the issues around tenure and risk, and how risk actually may be a driver in terms of the degree to which it actually we get vertical expansion or not, was a very interesting point that was made, but within that. And then lastly, I think just a sort of a theme that comes through on all of them again, it just reiterates something perhaps that we know, but it's useful to hear it again and to be reminded of it. Cities are important in terms of decreasing poverty, increasing welfare, increasing income levels, and decreasing poverty, and I think that actually comes through across a number of the papers there. Perhaps my one controversial statement, if I can put out, is that there were a lot of policy statements made in the papers. And maybe a challenge, if I can put it out there, is that we start applying the same degree of sort of economic rigor to testing some of these policy suggestions that we put on the table going forward. Because I think, on the surface, they may appear to be appropriate, sensible, but responses into the space. But I think we need to drill down into those policy suggestions and apply the same economic lens and economic rigor to determine whether they are actually the appropriate policy solutions in the space. But overall, I really enjoy the papers. Thank you.
So thank you so much, everyone. And surprisingly, for us starting 10 minutes late, we've actually finished more or less on time. And I do apologize that we did not take time to get questions from the audience. I was told that I did need to finish on time. However, are you guys open? Oh, no. Yeah, okay, great. So we did want to make sure that we got Rob's discussion points. Since it's 10:31 and no one's actually there, I will allow 2 to 3 questions from the floor. So, right? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. And if you don't mind, we'll take all 3 questions and then, good.
Thank you. I'm Dion Filmer from the World Bank. I guess, now that I have the mic, I have a question for each of the presenters, but it's really short. One is to Mark. I guess what I'm curious about is a little bit more the international comparisons, maybe to other regions, or like you had one example of comparison to currently rich countries, but I was thinking about countries in East Asia or South Asia and how this multimodality thing plays out there or played out there. To Patrick, I mean, one question I had is you compared close to the arterial road to far from the arterial road, but I guess you set up the problem more as comparing where the big road, the arterial arterial road was planned versus not planned. I mean, I guess the real comparison I would be interested to see is, does living near to a non-planned kind of big road, I don't know if you call them arterial, if it's just unplanned, but is that comparison meaningful? Because that would go more to you, specifically to your planned versus non-planned sort of setup problem. To Harris, not working in this field, I don't quite understand, what are the counterfactuals to customary land ownership? Sort of, what are the other kind of models at the periphery of cities? So, and when you're in that kind of a situation, how does it differ from the sort of transition process that you described? And then, Javier, one of the things that struck me most was when you showed the international comparisons, you had Sao Paulo on there. I didn't have time to see all the other ones, but Sao Paulo, which is notorious for high inequality as well, didn't look nearly as bad as South Africa. So that really struck me, that even another country with the overall national Gini is kind of similar to South Africa, actually this spatial issue was not as bad. To me, that really struck out to me. Thanks. And Rob, thank you for those comments. I thought your discussion comments were really good.
Good morning, and thank you for the inputs. Klaus Rabe, local practitioner. I remember at university we were taught about the S-curve of urbanization, where society is moving through various stages of development. The level of urbanization seen in aggregate moves from 5% in the pre-industrial era and then converges somewhere between the high 70s to low 90s, depending on a range of factors. Now, as you've pointed out, and my question is it Michael, I believe, is specifically whether there's been any predictive modeling done based on what has been observed in other parts of the world as to where we can expect to end up, when that deceleration is likely to happen, so that when we try to understand whether it's Cape Town or Johannesburg or perhaps other cities in Africa, when does that tapering begin to happen? What are the contextual factors that may influence that deceleration? Yeah, we'd be curious to know if there's been any sort of empirical work on that count. Thank you.
Morning, Fatih Moos, City of Cape Town Human Settlements. My question is for the last presenter, Javier, I think. Given the spatial mismatch that we have in Cape Town, one of your sort of suggestions or recommendations was to improve mobility. The city is spending a huge amount of money on that. But any thoughts on sort of decentralizing economic activity to these areas and what that may look like? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask the panel to answer the questions in the reverse order. So, Javier, first.
So thank you. No, Dion, it's a very good observation. But actually, if you look at the 25 cities included in the analysis, Sao Paulo comes sixth after the 5 cities in South Africa for this spatial mismatch. In terms of the magnitude, you are right. It's not as pronounced as it is in South Africa. But obviously in South Africa, this outcome is largely driven by the legacy of apartheid that especially segregated the population. So breaking that inertia is very, very difficult in South Africa, and that explains probably why it's more marked in the cities. And then the question on the decentralization of economic activity is a very good point. There is not a just a single solution. It's not only about bringing people closer to jobs, but perhaps also bringing in economic activity to people. So it's a mix of policy options, of solutions, including also investing, creating some economic dynamism in some of the more deprived areas. There have been some research, some analysis showing that when these especially targeted investments are well appraised, when you have a good understanding of the economic opportunities and the comparative advantages of different parts of the country, then it also makes sense to bring investments in infrastructure and services that can boost economic activity. So I just mentioned mobility because it's a major challenge for people to be able to even look for jobs. You ask people, the youth, that they don't look for jobs because they cannot afford to pay for their transportation. So it's one of the most binding constraints, but not the only one, as you rightly pointed out.
Okay. So which one of you will take question 2 on the predictive modeling? Mark. Okay, great. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Klaus, for the question on predictive modeling. I think there's actually other people in the audience who can also speak to this, maybe Michele as well, because the European Commission Joint Research Centre is doing predictive modeling in terms of the evolution of urban extents. I mean, there's also the UN's World Urbanization Prospects data set, and that does give projections of urban populations, both at the national level and for agglomerations which have a population greater than 300,000. And so they do have demographic projections of the evolution of populations, urban populations. I mean, one downside is that the World Urbanization Prospects is based upon official national definitions of urban areas, and we know that those don't always accurately delineate cities as well. So, yeah. Maybe I can just respond to Dion's question as well. So, I mean, the comparison, even though I did try to offer some comparisons with high-income countries based upon, you know, elasticities estimated in the literature, I mean, we do have to be a little bit careful because this kind of methodology, the DARPA methodology, it's only being applied to France and to now the whole of Sub-Saharan Africa. So we've not yet applied it to East Asia, and so we can't make clean comparisons. I mean, actually, this comparison with East Asia is something we're planning to work on as part of this urbanization flagship report that we're doing for the region. I mean, but there's actually very good work being done by Remy Jedwab, for instance, one of the conference co-organizers, and one of the things that he kind of finds that stands out to me is in terms of East Asian cities were very sort of early in beginning to develop vertically, given the levels of income. So even at relatively low levels of development, they started developing vertically much sooner than cities in other regions, even historically. And so he does have some evidence as well, linking that to kind of better outcomes in terms of economic activity as well. So I think that's kind of an interesting point of comparison.
So the question was about, did we look at only the roads that were, the arterial roads that were in the urban expansion plan, or did we also consider outcomes for people along big roads that were not planned? And the short answer is there are no big roads that are not planned. So the all of the arterial infrastructure that was developed on the peripheries of these cities was developed through the urban expansion plan. It's not something that, for one thing, it's because they use the urban expansion plan as their arterial infrastructure plan, but also it's because arterial roads that form a network on the periphery won't be produced by small, informal market actors, who are most of the people who are actually in the land market. in those areas. So they'll produce little roads to give access to their parcels, but the creation of arterial roads and arterial road networks in particular is a classic public sector function, and won't occur in the absence of planning. That's actually a big part of why we developed this approach.
Thank you. So maybe to answer Dion's question, if I understand it well, the question is, are there other ways to access land than this purchase from customary owners? I think, the way people are accessing land has changed over time. So I think Ed Glazer will say that the function of a local government is to make land available for urban development. And I think this is what happened in the past. There were public land reserves that the cities, used to tap into in order to make land available, to supply land to the market. Those public land reserves are now completely exhausted. So the city now is growing in a different way, and really the massive way that land is being incorporated into the city is through this purchase of land from the customary owners, because this is how land is held in those locations, far away from the city center. So I'm not sure there are many other ways that cities are growing, actually.
Thank you, Harris. So at this point, I'd like to thank our presenters. I'd also like to thank you, the audience, for giving everyone an opportunity to share their knowledge with you. Apologies that we only took one round of questions. Of course, our presenters will be at tea, at lunch, and I am sure they will be only too happy to share their knowledge with you. So thank you very much. And a big round of applause to our speakers.
Good morning, everyone. Can you guys, is it on? Perfect. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this research session on land use planning and housing. My name is Rory Hardy. I'm a country economist, at the International Growth Centre in Zambia, and I'll be chairing this session. I work in Lusaka, where the urban footprint has more than doubled since 2000, and where more than 60% of the population lives in informal settlements. So I'm acutely aware of the challenge that rapid urbanization poses to the policymakers tasked with managing land use and housing. With that in mind, I'm delighted that the research session will speak directly to these policy issues. This session brings together research that helps us understand how urban settlements have historically evolved, how small-scale rental markets can fill housing gaps, how skyscrapers can facilitate urban growth, and how the housing sector itself catalyzes local economic development. Before going into the presentations, I'd like to introduce our distinguished presenters and discussants. Our first presenter is Simon Greenhill. Simon is a PhD candidate in agricultural and resource economics at UC Berkeley and a doctoral fellow in the Global Policy Lab. He's an environmental economist interested in the measurement and regulation of environmental externalities, urban economics, and quantitative social science applications of machine learning and remote sensing. Prior to graduate school, Simon worked in the Climate Impact Lab at the University of Chicago's Energy Policy Institute. Simon's presentation will focus on the use of machine learning to map 20th century urban change across African cities. Our second presenter is Francois Verulli. Francois is a property economist with over 20 years of experience advising public and private entities. His research interests include urban land economics, property finance, and portfolio management. Francois held the position of chief economist at the Chamber of Mines, acting head of department in the Department of Construction, Economics and Management at the University of Witwatersrand, and in 2011 was appointed as associate professor at the University of Cape Town. Francois' presentation will explore how small-scale rental housing can be improved in Cape Town. Our third presenter is Professor Remy Jadvab. Remy is an associate professor of economics and international affairs at the Elliott School and the Department of Economics of George Washington University. He is also an affiliated scholar of the Marin Institute of Urban Management at New York University. Remy's research is focused on development, growth, urban economics, labor economics, and political economy. He is the co-founder and co-organizer of this very conference and also the Washington Area Development Economics Symposium. Remy's presentation will focus on the role of skyscrapers in urban growth. Our fourth presenter is Professor Diana Mitlin. Diana is a leading academic in urbanism and the CEO of the African Cities Research Consortium. Her research focuses on urban poverty, informal settlements, and sustainable urban development. Diana's work involves studying how cities in Africa can leverage their urbanization processes to create more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable urban futures. She is also a professor at the Global Development Institute at the University of Manchester, where she leads research on global urbanism. Diana's presentation will look at the role of the housing sector in local economic development. Finally, it is my pleasure to introduce our esteemed discussant, Erica Naudier. Erica is the Director of Urban Planning and Design at the City of Cape Town. Her work involves overseeing urban planning processes that balance growth and sustainability in one of Africa's most dynamic cities. Her department is focused on ensuring that Cape Town's development is aligned with its long-term strategic goals. So just a quick refresher before we start. Each presenter will provide a 15-minute presentation before I will call on Erica to provide reflections and some closing remarks. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Simon up for the first presentation.
All right. Thank you so much, Rory, for the introduction, and everybody here for being here, and particularly the organizers. Today, I'm really excited to talk to you about a project that's a large, multi-institutional, multidisciplinary collaboration that we call the Aerial History Project, and in particular to tell you about a project that I've been leading within that, which is about mapping urban change in the 20th century. The starting point here is very much the starting point of this whole conference. African cities are projected to grow dramatically this century. And that means that investments that we make today have enormous implications for the future, right? We were talking yesterday about making investments in water mains, for example, and that those are decades-long investments. So urbanization is fundamentally a long-run process, and historically we've lacked data to sort of understand how historical development and what historical urbanization has looked like. And so this project is an effort to try to sort of fill that gap. The intellectual starting point here is that we recognize that Earth observation has been absolutely revolutionized by the quality and quantity of satellite imagery that we have access to, as well as the machine learning methods we have to extract structured information from those images. And so the question here is, well, could we potentially use some of those advancements to try to understand the past? This is a relevant question because around the world, there's something like 160 million images held in about 65 archives dating back to the 19th century. These are aerial photographs that were taken from planes for the purposes of mapping or surveying or things like that. These haven't largely been analyzed at a large scale or quantitatively. So this project in particular is focusing on one archive. It's an archive that's held by the British government. They took millions of aerial photographs of their former colonies. They offered to basically give those to the countries when they became independent. Some of those remained with the British. They weren't taken back by those independent governments, and those constitute this archive of about 1.1 million images spanning 17 countries. The figure here is showing you sort of a zoom in of the data that we have. So on the far left, you have the different countries and where the images are within those countries. If you just zoom in on eastern Tanzania, this is just an example of one sort of cluster of 258 images. You can see on the left side there the locations where the surveyors sort of thought they were taking pictures, and then on the right what the actual pictures looked like. And if you consider just one of those pictures, this is of Dar es Salaam in 1981, you can see just how high resolution and potentially useful these are. And so the couple of zoom-ins on the right, you can see individual buildings, individual trees, roads. The one in the top right there is showing you the presidential palace of Tanzania, for example. So we think of this as basically extending the satellite imagery record or the remote sensing record back in the past. And so we have, as I say, 1.1 million of these images across 17 countries going back as early as 1943. In order to sort of show you that studying these sorts of images is useful for the present, I like to show this example. You've probably seen an image like the one on the right. It's Kibera in Nairobi, the largest or one of the largest informal settlements in Africa, you probably haven't seen an image like the one on the left. That one is the same location in 1948. Kibera basically didn't exist yet at the time. On the other hand, the Nairobi golf course has been there all along. The challenge, of course, is that we can't analyze a million images one by one in this way. And so the first challenge is a simple challenge of digitization. And this was a tremendous amount of work, taking images that were taken from planes and are sort of analog copies, scanning them, preserving them, and then getting them on a computer where a human can look at them on their screen, or better yet, a computer algorithm can extract information from those images. So that's step one. It's basically creating what you see on the right here. This is a picture of Banjul in the Gambia. Step two is we don't know where these images are located in space. And if you want to do sort of track change over time, you're going to need to know exactly where the different images are. Of course, you can one by one sort of pinpoint where they are, but that takes an incredible amount of time and would be infeasible for a million image scale. And so what we do is we stitch the images using machine learning techniques into mosaics that look a lot like sort of modern day satellite imagery you might find on Google Earth or Google Maps or something like that. The advantage is then you can georeference many images at once, and that vastly reduces the cost of figuring out where these images are. So then we have data on where these places are. We can use those images to make machine learning-based predictions of what we see in those images. And so this project focuses on buildings. Other projects by my collaborators focus on things like land use and wealth and population. I'm not going to give you the gory details of the machine learning here. I'll just give you a very high-level overview. We basically take the historical images as well as some modern images. We label the exact locations of buildings, basically the polygons where buildings are in those images, and then we train a machine learning model. In particular, it's a convolutional neural network, a UNet more specifically, which is then going to give us a prediction for each pixel in an image, whether that pixel is a building or not a building. We can then combine all these pictures together, all these predictions together, to make a mosaic of buildings. This is basically a map of all the buildings in a city. So I'll just show you, let me just tell you that this model performs quite well. So the accuracy pixel-wise is about 98%, and it's also quite good at capturing the number of buildings in an image. It explains about 91% of the observed variation in counts of buildings. So it's quite an accurate model. And let me show you sort of what it looks like in a more qualitative example by just taking you through this map of Maseru, the capital of Lesotho in 1974. So the sort of black splotches that you see on the screen are the locations of buildings from our images. The blue is the Caledon River, and then the dotted line is the sort of historical colonial boundary of the city. So you can see that most of the development was happening sort of within those historical boundaries. Now, if you compare that against data from almost 50 years later, you see there's just been an explosion of built area in this city. Interestingly, much of that has happened outside of the historical boundaries, although there's also been a lot of change within the historical boundaries as well. I'm now going to zoom in on the two areas you see circled on the map, just to give you some sort of further idea of the kinds of insights that can come out of this. So the first one on the left is focusing on Maseru's CBD, the Central Business District. You can see, if you compare top to bottom, 1974 to 2018, certainly there's been sort of densification in the city center, there's been some redevelopment, there's been some infill, but fundamentally things don't look extremely different. On the other hand, if you look on the right at Tetsane, this is an area that's kind of on the southwestern part of Maseru. In 1974, there was basically nothing there. It was farmland. There were very, very few buildings. If you fast forward to 2018, this is a huge garment manufacturing district, one of the sort of garment manufacturing hubs of Africa. Economic activity here has absolutely transformed. So we can do this for a large number of cities across these 17 African countries. We're working on producing 581 of these building maps. We identify these using the UCDB data from GHSL. Today I'm going to show you sort of some examples and descriptive exercises from 42 cities that we've sort of pushed all the way through the pipeline. These will give you sort of an idea of the kinds of things we're thinking about. They do span quite a large number of different types of cities. So the first thing you can think about is just asking how much have cities grown? And so that's what the top bar chart is showing you here. It's showing you the annual growth in square kilometers for each of these 40 cities. This is on a log scale, and so cities like Addis Ababa have grown at a rate of like 2 kilometers per year between 1971 and 2018. Just to contextualize that, the amount of growth in Addis is as if you took Addis in 1971 and then you added to it all of the built area in Kano, which is the third largest city, or the third most growth you see here, the second largest city in Nigeria. It would still be less built area than modern Addis. So just a tremendous amount of growth. You'll notice looking at the bottom bar chart there that most of that growth has been expansion. And so we can delineate these cities and basically delineate them in the past and then delineate them in the present and classify growth that we observe as either happening inside the city. We call that infill. You can also think of it as sort of densification within the historical city, and expansion. And you see most of the cities that have grown enormously over this period have largely grown in an expansive way. A really striking example is Selibwe-Pikwe in Botswana. This is a city that you couldn't even call a city in 1964 when we see it in our historical archive. It was basically a hamlet, just a cluster of small buildings, and then a nickel mine opened to the north of the city in the early 1970s, and the place just exploded in terms of urbanization. Now there's a fairly large city there. On the far right, you have Lobatse in Botswana. This is a city that, relative to some of the other examples I've talked about, hasn't changed all that much. This is a city that's quite constrained by political and physical geography. So it's got a mountain just to the west of it, and it's very close to the international border with South Africa. Now, if instead of thinking about growth in levels, we think about growth in rates, we can see that cities like Selibwe-Pikwe are the ones that have grown at just incredible rates, right? Like 10% per year for a period of 40 or 50 years. These are cities that basically started as places that were not cities at all in the middle of the century, and today are significant cities. The cities that have grown a ton in levels, like Addis or Kampala, are more toward the right side of this distribution. Another kind of descriptive exercise we can do is ask, how has within cities density changed? And so what this is showing you is for each city, the change in density as you move in rings away from the historical central business district. And there are also darker lines here showing you by quartiles of the modern city size, sort of what does the median look like for those cities. And you can see that more densification has happened near the CBD. I think that's pretty intuitive. Something else that seems to be coming out here and will be really interesting to see if it holds up in the sort of larger set of cities is that the largest cities basically seem to densify more further out from their CBD. And so this could suggest that, there's constraints on sort of how densely you can build at the very middle of your city. And so then that area of large density is going to kind of expand outwards somewhat. So those are just a couple of the sorts of descriptive exercises we're thinking about. We're looking forward to doing a lot more with a larger set of cities. I also want to emphasize that both the mosaics, so basically the imagery and the building predictions that we create, as well as predictions for other things like land use, are going to be released publicly. We think and hope that these have will have a lot of utility, certainly for us as researchers, but also for other people in the research community across different disciplines, as well as for direct policy use, so thinking about urban planning, for example. And I really want to emphasize, particularly from this audience, I'm really looking forward to hearing your feedback, your questions, so please feel free to come up to me. I'm around the rest of the day, as well as during the Q&A. Thank you very much.
me just wait for the next presentation to come up. Is the presentation? Oh, there. Good morning, everyone, and for those of you who've come to Cape Town for the first time, welcome. This particular presentation is a commitment to a community that I've been involved with for the past 10 years, and a commitment to undertake some research to assist them and to get a property market moving that has not received the attention. Just to give you a bit of background so that you do get the picture here, over the last 10 years, we have been involved with property entrepreneurship initiatives in South Africa. And that is an involvement with about, by now, 500 to 600 people who've been through programs. This piece of research is done by an interesting group of individuals, some academics, there's one in the room here, I think Andrea, and others. David Gardner, Ivan Turok, Simon Webster, Zoma, and Brian, who represents the Township Development Forum. Now, I'm keeping the methodology somewhat short here. This piece of research is really the closest theoretical framework that we could really bring it in as far as methodology is concerned. It's probably grounded theory, where we've really sat down with these players in the market to understand their problems and what needs to be changed. So, as you'll see here, this graph is going in one direction and downwards. That is the delivery of housing units in South Africa. It's just gone, like I said, in one particular direction, provided by Stats SA. What has largely happened is that your larger developers have exited the market. The grant funding isn't flowing, and output is dropping. Nevertheless, we are seeing property development happening in Cape Town and across the country. It is a supply that is difficult to measure. For all of you driving back foreign, who are driving back to the airport tomorrow, look to the right as you drive to the airport and you'll see that just about every RDP house that has been provided by government has been built on with extra homes. This particular research also got us into the role of small-scale rental housing in the market. There's probably a need for about 30 to 40,000 houses per annum in Cape Town. We are well below that, not even half, not even 20% of what we're delivering at the moment. We also have micro developers who are under-recognized in the market. And this piece of research really started also from a perspective to say that the problem that we had here was a financing problem. In short, the small-scale developer goes to the bank. The bank says, "Are you compliant?" Small-scale developer says no. That's the end of the discussion. If you're not compliant, we can't fund you. And this is where the nexus between funding and town planning becomes of critical importance, and what we have been looking at. Ladies and gentlemen, if we look at the South African property market, we sometimes call the affordable housing as a segment of the market, a sector. We have about 6 million title deeds, of which half of them are below 800,000 rands. The average family here owns 22,000, and we're sitting at a number that is much lower. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the South African property market. And often what happens here is that the planning environment speaks to the top 20 to 30% of the market, which has interested us. So we started interviewing the small-scale developers and asking them, where does the problem lie here? To get you funded. And really, there were a few issues that came up here. The regulatory infrastructure and planning environment, professional capacity, inaccessibility to finance, land ownership and tenure, and the fragmentation of data. And so that's just from a thematic analysis of the interviews, these were the ones that really came to the fore. Some being more important than others. The two that really stood out here was the regulatory infrastructure and planning environment and the accessibility to finance. And what became interesting from this work is to find the relationship between the two. And what really came out of the research is that we have a funder in Cape Town with 1.2 billion rands ready to spend, can't disperse it, cannot disperse it to the market because to some degree, and I don't want to pin it down on the regulatory environment, but from an economic point, the transaction costs are just too high for the small-scale developer to be compliant. So what we really did is, through this research and some initiatives that were already taking place in the city of Cape Town, we started asking ourselves whether we could address this. The existing town planning environment, SR Single Residential 1 and 2 being slightly different because it did allow for some extra units to be built around it, limited the development to 1, 2, up to 3 units, and sometimes it was pushed in all sorts of ways further. We ended up with delays of 12 to 24 months, fragmented process that small-scale developers didn't really understand, or used professionals who were of dubious quality and couldn't get through the system themselves. And so we started asking ourselves, and this is some work that DAG got done, I see Ivan Turok and others were involved with at some point, to say, what is the cost of being compliant? Well, this particular piece of work showed us, if you take the numbers almost at the end, you'll see that the total development cost can almost double in order to be compliant. For many small-scale developers, they were just not going to do it. That was equivalent to one entire unit being built that would go just onto the transaction costs. And so what the outcome of this, and by the way, it's not that people are not financed, because we had a look at that as well. What became clear is that they were being financed. You either left your job, cashed in the pension fund, or largely you got credit from the hardware store. So the intermediate here was largely the hardware store and the high transaction costs involved. So we sit here with micro developers who are locked in credit markets in the informal sector, very difficult to interact with them, largely through what was happening here. What was interesting with this piece of research is that, including the Development Action Group, activists, and others, that it started having an impact. The city of Cape Town opened up a panel that made it possible for the research to be brought to the city and that the city would start interacting with this. So what happened? Towards a planning and policy agenda for small-scale rental housing started being developed, and we're in an exciting process because in the next month, the municipal bylaw of the City of Cape Town is being amended, and we will see a lot of this research work that the city undertook with professionals coming to the fore. I see Ivan Turok, who's here with you, who's sitting on the right, who wrote a paper about this recently. It was interesting how this went about, and I think there are a few lessons to be learned as far as research is concerned and as far as policy formulation is concerned. And that is that through the Development Action Group, a number of players got together from universities, the Western Cape Development Forum, Plan Act, the city itself, who didn't necessarily all have the same, didn't come from the same theoretical positions or political positions, but there was enough there to actually make this work. And what we found ourselves with is the following. First of all, the municipal bylaw is being altered, and as you will see here, the number of units allowed on a plot has increased to 8, up to 10, and up to 12 units. Which means that many of the micro developers who were doing this in any case are now compliant. Which then opens up immediately, and I've been speaking to the funders, who are now ready to fund these particular developers and make the funding flow. It goes beyond that. The city has made 20 million rands available to decrease the developers' contribution on small scale for small scale developers as well. And what is going to be interesting is we're going to see the opening up of offices, largely in many areas of Cape Town, to actually assist small scale developers with the process, which one of your panelists here is deeply involved with. So, furthermore, to further reduce transaction costs and barriers, architects have been working, again, with the city and professionals, and we now have certain typologies of buildings which really says to the small-scale developer, pretty much, build this and you're compliant. And again, reducing the transaction costs involved to bring in professionals to the degree that we saw in the past. Ladies and gentlemen, this piece of research, and please read the paper if you are interested in the more theoretical concepts behind it, has done a number of things. It shows property economics, urban economics in action. It shows research undertaken with communities and with cities working together to resolve a problem. We will see this has been linked with training. I never thought that I would be lecturing property finance in the head office of the Western Cape Communist Party head office, but it did work that way. That's why the chairs are rather red and the walls are, but it was the right place to do it, from which further research will flow. We are building a framework around this research, which really tries to give us a better understanding of the efficiency of a market. In front of us, we had a market that was operating. I'm the first one to say informality has an order of its own. I think it's naive to say that there's no order in informality. But it was a system that was difficult to go much further with the delivery of housing in South African townships. And I think that what we are seeing now is a system that we believe is going to start working and advantages to a number of the players involved, hopefully leading to sustainable neighborhood livability. I've come almost to the end. I just want to say one thing. We've got a choice here. When we lecture, what we often say is that you start with planning, you then get the services, you build, and you occupy. Ladies and gentlemen, if we fail in doing that, we will go in exactly the opposite direction. We will start with occupation, we will then enter the services, and planning is the last that will come to the fore. And as we saw in the presentation, you're in costs that are 7 to 8 times higher. So we've got a choice in which direction we take this. Hopefully through the work undertaken by researchers in this field, all those involved, hopefully we are making a market work. Thank you very much.
Should I get started? Okay. How do I go to the next slide? All right, so my name is Remy Jedba. I'm from GW. So I'm going to present this paper called Skyscraper Revolution, Global Economic Development and Land Savings. So what we do in this paper, we really focus on the exponential growth in building heights that the world has experienced since the 1970s. A lot of that is happening in developing economies. This is Sao Paulo in Brazil. There's, in my view, a bigger skyline than New York City. And we're talking about a lot of these towers, and a lot of these towers are what I call boring towers. Like, we don't know their name, but they provide a lot of space. They provide a lot of space for housing, for offices, and they probably have big economic and environmental impacts. We're talking about a lot of money. We're talking about also 10% of the built volume in cities of more than 1 million. So you have this new technology to some extent that came in the 20th century. But a lot of cities and nations decide not to take advantage of the technology. So they have height restrictions. And then you have other cities and nations in the world that really like these tall buildings and invest in skyline the same way they invest in infrastructure. So there is really a policy question here. It's like, what are the economic benefits of tall buildings? Should we ban them? Should we subsidize them? And so we need more research. So really, this is what we try to do in this paper. We try to quantify the urbanization gains from tall buildings, also the land savings from tall buildings. If you can build more tall buildings, you can build up, then you need less land, and so the land that you save at the edge of cities, you can use the land for something else, like agriculture, for example. So we do a global panel data analysis. We're going to have 13,000 cities between 1975 and 2015. On the right-hand side, we're going to have a measure of tall building stock of cities over time. On the left-hand side, we're going to have measures of economic development, like population nightlights. And then in terms of causal identification, I'm going to explain this later, but we're going to use the fact that developing countries start with a clean slate of tall buildings in 1975. But then larger cities in 1975 were more likely to adopt tall buildings after 1975 just because of higher underlying demand. However, to build tall buildings, you need foundations. And if the bedrock underneath the city is too close to the surface, it must be blasted away, which will increase the construction cost for tall buildings. If the bedrock underneath the city is too deep, the foundations are not anchored, they must be reinforced. They also increase the construction cost of tall buildings. So what you're going to see is that the cities are going to take advantage of this new technology. Will be the larger cities in 1975 that this more optimal bedrock depth. Okay. And we're going to find some height elasticities that are very strong. We're going to find very strong effect on population growth and very negative effect on area, and therefore very positive effect on density. So more or less, if you can build up, you're going to have a lot of density of population and economic development. And then we're going to have a model. We're going to try to quantify the benefits in the world of having more tall buildings. Let's skip all of that. All right, so let me talk about the data. We have 13,000 cities. From the GHS, we're going to have data on POP, build-up area, land area. You have night lights, We also have data on global and land use. The main variable of interest here is going to be the tall building stock of a city. For the data on tall buildings, we use data from endpoints. We know the city of each tall building, we know the height, and we know the year of construction. If you know the year of construction and you know the GPS, you can see the world in 3D over a period of like a century. And so this is endpoints. So they provide data on skyscrapers and high-rise buildings in the world. You have dots, you can click on a dot. This is in Dubai. And so if you click on each dot, you have information on each building. These are the type of tall buildings we're talking about. This is in Dubai. You know, you have a lot of these fancy buildings. Hong Kong is another example. But we can go to more boring cities or cities with more boring tall buildings. And this is like Nairobi, Kenya. You have like at least like 20, 25 of these buildings, but they provide a lot of space. Okay. And this is really like an example. This international house here, 17 floors, 65 meters. And so this is a building that's in our data set. Okay, so again, when you think of tall buildings in our analysis, don't necessarily think of a Burj Khalifa in Dubai. Think of a lot of these boring towers that you see in the center of cities everywhere in the world. So this is the evolution of tall building stock in the world. You see that post-1975 there's been like a revolution. What has been happening in the US before 1929 was nothing compared to what has been happening in the developing world post-75. We're talking about a lot of construction, not just China, but a lot of other countries in the world. And a lot of this construction is residential. People like to live in tall buildings, not just work in them, so that's something we see in the world. And so this is a map of where you have tall buildings in the world in 1975. And as you can see, that there's a clean slate of tall buildings in developing countries in 75. But by 2015, you get a lot of tall buildings everywhere. You think of South America, like you look at Brazil, you look at the Middle East, you look at South Asia, you look at Southeast Asia, you look at East Asia. Really, like there's been an expansion of tall buildings in developing countries. So when you build a tall building, the problem is you have winds, so that's why you need to have foundations. Ideally, you want your foundation to sit on top of a bedrock depth. That's like the most optimal. This way you're sure that the building is not going to collapse. The problem, there are cities where the bedrock is close to the surface. In that case, to build a tall building, you need to blast away the bedrock. That's very expensive, but very dangerous as well. And the other case is when the bedrock is too deep. In that case, you need to build a raft. You need to have piles. That's very expensive as well. And so the construction costs are going to be vary across cities in the world, but they're going to be much lower in cities that it's more like intermediate bedrock depth. So if you're a large city in 75 and you have this like more intermediate bedrock depth, like you're lucky because you're going to have more tall buildings over time. So this is more or less our identification strategy. We start with clean slate of tall buildings in 75. Then you have this global skyscraper revolution between 75 and 2015. This is mostly coming from different innovations. The main innovation is the invention of mass concrete in the late 1960s. Before concrete, the tall buildings, you need a lot of steel. You had steel frames. Steel was very difficult to produce in developing economies, very costly to import because very heavy. So it was not very easy to build tall buildings in developing countries. Then when you invent mass concrete in the late 1960s, then you make it much cheaper to build tall buildings even in developing countries. So like the mid-1970s is when you see the first tall buildings in Sao Paulo and the concrete towers. Okay. So you have this like revolution that's going to benefit the larger cities, but among the larger cities, the one that is more intermediate bedrock depth are going to be the one that are going to take fully advantage of the revolution. And so you can do like a triple difference. We're going to compare the large cities in 75 to the smaller cities in 75, to the one that have an intermediate bedrock depth, to the one that have more like shallow, deep bedrock depth in 2015 versus 1975. So that's more or less what we do here. The graph on the left is we take all the cities in the world, we partition them into different bins of 5 meters of bedrock depth. So cities on the left will be more shallow bedrock. Cities on the right have a more deep bedrock. And what we plot here is to what extent like bigger cities in 75 were growing faster than smaller cities in 75 within the same bedrock bin. And so if you look at the very shallow cities, like on the left, there is a caution of 0, which means your larger cities are not building more tall buildings than the smaller cities. If you have very shallow bedrock depth, it's very costly to build tall buildings. So your larger city in 75 is not going to take advantage of the technology. Likewise, if you have very deep bedrock, that's also very costly, you're not going to take advantage of the technology. The larger cities that take advantage of the technology will be the one with the more intermediate bedrock depth. So for example, at a bedrock depth of 20, the larger cities are going to build twice more tall buildings than the smaller cities of 75. And so that's why you get this inverted U-shape, and you also see this inverted U-shape when you look at the effect on population growth between 1975 and 2015. The figure on the left is your first stage, the figure on the right is your reduced form. So then we can construct an IV where we're going to instrument the log change in height between 75 and 2015 by the interaction between your initial population size and to what extent you have this like optimal bedrock depth, and we're going to capture that by interacting log population with bedrock depth and the square bedrock depth. So the two quotient in blue as a IV, we get a F stat of like 28, and here we have to control for log pop, and we also have to control for bedrock depth directly. So really what we're trying to use is this, like the shape of a curve is OIV, okay. So when you double heights, we find an effect on population of like 13%. It means that your city is going to grow 13% faster than other cities in the same country. At the same time, you're going to use much less land area, and so you're going to have much higher density. More or less what this is saying that you can grow like New York City instead of LA. You know, like if you go like New York City, you can have a lot of people with less land area. If you go like LA, you can only achieve the same number of people by having much more area. Okay. All right. We do a lot of different robustness checks. One thing we can do is like really use a variation in bedrock really deep in the ground, not just like are you shallow versus non-shallow, but are you at 10 meters or 15 meters or 20 meters? It's going to make a difference. What you need to know is like for a lot of economic activities is really about the first 2 meters of soil. If you think of agriculture as like the first 2 meters really matters. One problem with a bedrock is when to build subways. So we also drop all cities with subways in the world. Finally, we show that OIV only matters post-1975. When the technology becomes available, it's like a placebo methodology. And also we show that OIV only matters in countries where you can build tall buildings. In countries that restrict tall buildings, the IV doesn't matter. I'm going to skip all of that. What I would say, like a lot of effects are driven by migration from the countryside to cities, not from like migration from cities to cities. So think of this as net urbanization gains, people moving to cities from the countryside. We also use data for developed economies over a period of 2 centuries using the same identification strategy, and we find exactly the same effects. So really, like if we look at developed economies, when they were developing economies, we find the same effect as for developing economies today. The other thing we do is we try to know like by how much urban area in the world was saved thanks to tall buildings. And we find that without tall buildings, cities in the world will have used 20% more land area. You will have more LAs in the world, more like sprawling cities. This is an example for Sao Paulo. Sao Paulo has a lot of tall buildings. If you remove tall buildings, potentially the area will have had to expand. That's what you see in this green area here. And we actually also know what's inside the green area today. We know if the land is forested. We know if you have cropland. And so we can try to quantify to what extent these land savings are economically valuable. In this case, we find that all the 12% of the land savings in the world are coming from forested land. So more or less like we're saving a lot of forested land thanks to tall buildings. And we're also saving a lot of cropland. So it really matters for climate change because we need to be able to produce enough food. And finally, we also have this other database where, how am I doing on the time? where we use satellite synthetic aperture radar data to map all the buildings in the world. So not just tall buildings. It's a very different methodology than from the first paper. The first paper is based on images and trying to recognize buildings from images. Here it's more like a satellite that's going to send a signal. When a signal is going to hit a building, it's going to bounce back and be captured by a second satellite, and the response rate of a signal gives you the height of buildings. It's very similar to submarines. If you're a submarine and you want to know what's in front of you, you're going to send signals, and the response rate is going to tell you if there's an object, if you have another submarine, but the same technology. So we do that to map all the buildings in the world, and we actually find that in our case, when you build more tall buildings, the city is going to use less volume overall, less built volume. So these cities are more compact, not just in terms of area, they're also more compact in terms of building structure. So they actually use less concrete, and which is potentially better for the environment as well. I'm going to just take 1 minute to summarize the model, the result of the model. So we find very strong welfare effects of having tall buildings in the world. So like tall buildings have a potential to increase welfare by 5% in developing economies and 10% in developed economies. Only 1/4 of its potential has been realized. 3/4 have not been realized because you have height restrictions in the world. Height restrictions in the world, they have a lot of negative economic effects. They have some positive effects as well, so we don't take a stand on the positive effect of height restrictions. Here we only focus on a negative effect of height restriction. But in terms of mechanisms, what's happening here is that when you can have tall buildings, more of your production in your city is going to be localized in the center of the city. And therefore, you're going to have more compactness and more agglomeration, accounting for 60% of the effect that we find. And then the other effect is happening. The rent is decreasing. Onto control for population, the rent is lower just because you increase the housing supply. And finally, commuting costs are decreasing as well because you don't need to spend as much time commuting. So really, you're developing more like Singapore, high productivity. Housing is not too expensive compared to incomes, and then you don't need to commute as much, so you have all these welfare benefits. The other thing I was going to say is that when you build a lot of tall buildings, land values are going to increase in the center because the land is becoming more useful in the center. But at the edge of the city, the land is going to be less valuable because the city is not sprawling. So the landowners in the center are benefiting. The landowners at the edge are losing. But overall, the landowners are losing because you have much more land at the edge of a city than in the center because cities tend to be rings. And so what's happening is that when you build tall buildings, you benefit workers, not landowners. So if anything, it leads to less inequality, less urban inequality. Right, so I'm going to stop here. We find very strong economic effects. These economic effects are going to increase in the future because you have improvement in technology of tall buildings. The cost of tall buildings, you have cost of them as well. They have a negative impact in terms of like what the city looks like. I come from Paris. Maybe we don't want tall buildings in the center of Paris. So really, it's about trying to balancing the positive effect versus a negative social and environmental effect. And in this paper, we've only tried to quantify the economic benefits. Thank you.
So thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. I guess I still have 15 minutes. Is that okay? Okay, I'll try to do my best. So I just wanted to say, as some of you, you kind of know who I am because we were introduced and I spoke to some of you yesterday. I'm really conscious that this is a co-authored paper. One of the research assistants is also in the audience, and I know we won't have time. Xavier, do you just want to stand up? Because people may want to ask questions to me about the Ghana data, and to be frank, you're better off asking Xavier. So thanks for coming, Xavier. Okay, let me say a couple of words about the methodology and the co-authorship and why I'm here representing my co-authors. This is not a study that has been done by economists. It's mainly been done by anthropologists and primarily geographers. But there is a sense that it's an important question that economists need to engage around. It is deeply qualitative, it is contextual, you won't get numbers from me. To be frank, none of the other co-authors were keen on coming. I would just say they view economists a little bit as the lion's den. You may not be, you may not see yourselves like that. But, you know, it's the reverse in a way of what I said yesterday. Not only should economists reach out to other disciplines, but I think it's really important that we encourage other disciplines to reach out to you and try and synthesize. Okay, let me share with you. So I'm going to try and briefly talk about what we're trying to argue in this paper. And we use the data potentially in quite an unusual way. There is a frustration among the authorship that there's a very negative representation of African cities. We think that negative representation is important to understand the challenges. So the representation is perhaps less important than the messaging. It's an important message, but we're not convinced it offers a way forward. We feel that perhaps economists are heading into an impasse. And I'm going to discuss the findings from our Ghana research and say where we've got to. So just really to summarize our argument, we feel that Africa's urban potential is immense. The team working on this have long worked on housing issues. We feel that this representation of Africans' structural transformation as failure in getting stuck is important, but as I said, it doesn't take us anywhere. We are very conscious that at the heart of the impasse is politics, and I'll say a little bit more about this. We're also conscious that there is a debate about tradables and non-tradables. I'll talk about it, and then I want to really hopefully give you a sense of the richness that we found around housing economies in Ghana, and why we feel that an alternative perspective offers a way forward. So this slide just references the fact that whilst a lot of the debates have had this negative representation, there is a positive message. The OECD's 2022 report recognized the contribution of cities. What we are really conscious about is that some of the big analyses, as previously stated, have created this narrative of Africa's cities, some of Africa's cities, as having a low tradable contribution and as being consumption cities. As anyone who spent time in low-income neighborhoods knows, that is a bit absurd. Their consumption is much lower than the consumption in the rich cities of the north. Their consumption is in part lower because they have little money, they have no social protection, people work until they die, and often they work with very little money. So we feel this is really taking people into a little bit of an impasse. We're also conscious that the debates around agglomeration, we spoke a little bit about that in the previous session, as some of you knew. There's a really important debate about how agglomeration can add productivity. Absolutely, we're not denying that. There has been a representation of agglomeration in the global south as being sterile. Again, we really question this language. Is this language taking us anywhere? I'll come back to parallels with different disciplines and different debates, but as those of you familiar with housing and urban development, low-income neighborhoods know, there has been a big debate in the last 15 years about representations of informal settlements, unplanned neighborhoods, as them being slums. Slums carries a pejorative language. We don't think this is helpful to any reasoned, rational, and objective debate about the challenges that Africa faces. Then, of course, the literature, as you would expect, unpicks some of the reasons why these conclusions have challenged Africa's urban prosperity. There is a sense, as I mentioned here, that the political choices made by elites have been deeply damaging to the potential of Africa's urban economies, and there is a consciousness that enterprises, however they have organized, have not been strong enough. Most of the findings I'm talking about here relate to a smallish research project led by Claire Mercer at the London School of Economics involving teams in Tanzania and Ghana. One of the things we've done in the African Cities Research Consortium is work with UNU wider to analyse the political economy choices that are being made by elites. They, of course, draw similar conclusions about the inability of this industrial manufacturing elite, the so-called magicians, to be able to advance their own companies and prosperities. Again, they fall back to this political economy. So we are heading, I would suggest, possibly into some level of impasse. We see the problems, we see the reasons for those problems, but how do we change this? To be frank, that's a big debate that I'm not going to answer in the next 8 minutes, but it's certainly a debate that we need to take very seriously. There's some other challenges I think that I would perhaps just highlight. The first, which we've also done a bit of work in the African Cities Research Consortium, is the fact that the data on informal enterprises is not great. We tried to look at this in 6 cities, and we concluded that there were huge gaps in data that really make for very questionable conclusions if you are trying to blend an analysis of formal and informal. There is a recognition that one of the challenges to consumption cities, this literature, is that there needs to be a better understanding of the non-tradable sector, and of course we cannot simply keep these sectors as separate. Tradables and non-tradables are connected. And of course, if we're going back to the challenges of inclusion and justice, we need to think about how local economic development can be enhanced. So, as I mentioned here, we've done these studies. The focus of this research program was on understanding housing and the contribution of housing to the economy. We recognize that's a diverse set of contributions, not reported here, but actually we will look quite a lot about how people have been able to improve their housing, building incrementally. And one of the most fascinating findings is just how successful the 60-plus age group have been. If you're interested in finding out more about that, you have to message me and I can link you up to some of the working papers. So we find in our neighborhoods there's a plethora of economic activities, many of which are already decades old. These are not new enterprises. They're growing enterprises. Of course, some have failed, but there are a lot that haven't failed. They include, as I mentioned here, they include many retail. Many are concerned with an urbanization process. The neighborhoods we looked at are very much urbanizing neighborhoods. They're consolidating neighborhoods. People are coming in. They're densifying, often around rental accommodation as well as self-build, and they would need goods and services. There are many small-scale production activities. There's much going on around food production. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on around housing production. If you're going to build housing, you need blocks, you need windows, you need doors, you need roofs, everything you need. And then you need to fill up your houses. So there's a lot of furniture activity also going on. There's a bunch of services. There's informal schools, there's informal health services, there's transportation. We spoke a little bit yesterday about cycling, and one of the businesses we looked at was a tricycle business. Someone who had been underemployed, who was now running successful tricycle construction, the transport of construction materials. And we found other things, printing businesses, of course, lots of things like hairdressing. One of the things that's also very evident is that as people gain more reliable and more robust incomes, they build, they consolidate, they accumulate assets. And they do that for their families. There are evident health benefits from improved housing, but of course they also rent accommodation. So we've spoken quite a bit, I think, about urban sprawl, and there are certainly some low-density peripheral informal settlements, but they are also ones that are really quite high density, with many people constructing shacks for rental, reducing the risk of investing in businesses and enterprises because they have a reliable stream of income from renting housing units and renting businesses. You're going to have to download the slides if you're interested in this, because I don't have time to go through it, but there's a little bit of an elaboration of a welder from Taco Fiano, who talks about both how they use the income to consolidate their assets. Okay, let me... Oh, sorry. This one is stuck now. Sorry. Oh, perfect. This is actually a slide of lower middle income rental markets in Accra. This is from near to the settlement we looked at, Christian Village. A little bit has been talked about in the Cape Town context of this growth of lower middle income rental. It's also very much taking place in these neighborhoods. So you get a sense these are not just shack settlements, but they're really places in which you're consolidating a lower middle income housing market to address people's increased incomes. This is very far, I think, from pictures of informality, spatial informality in Africa. What am I failing to do? Sorry. No, I'm not. I think I'm a little bit too gentle. Okay, I want to spend maybe a minute on the other economic services that these small businesses provide. They are major providers of capability development. They undertake training. Many of them have got apprenticeships. That's how they develop their workers. They kind of apprenticeship employees. But we had narratives of people who would go through this apprenticeship and use those skills to then set up their own businesses. A little bit in the quote on the failure of the formal education system. We have to recognize that some of the most vulnerable children may not go to school, but even if they go to school, they're very poorly served. Oh, sorry. I just flashed by your picture, which was of making blocks. They also provide financial services. We didn't look for, we didn't find examples of microfinance agencies, although they definitely exist in some neighborhoods. But we did find a bunch of firms that lent to customers to be able to buy highly personalized credit, because it's high-risk lending to your customers, and people acknowledge they lost money. Some of them felt they had to do it for customer services. We also found really important saving services by construction firms that sold building materials. It's really hard, even if you're only constructing a room, to accumulate that money. So people save with the construction companies in order to be able to buy the goods and services. One of the things we probed was the extent to which companies brought in money from outside. Obviously, that's really important if you're trying to create a strong neighborhood economy. You want those local multipliers to be effective. And we saw many of the businesses did have some customers from higher income neighboring communities. And of course, we saw a lot of activity that broke down the retail markets into very small day-to-day produce. That is really important if you don't have electricity, you don't have somewhere safe to store goods, you want to buy every 2 or 3 days. And it's evident, going back to this non-tradables, tradables discussion, that many of these companies were in intense competition with each other. It's very easy to enter these markets, so prices are very competitive. That helps people manage the well-being of their families on very low wages. One of the things we looked for but didn't find, although we know it exists in some contexts, is these trade associations, is groups of companies coming together to negotiate better deals from local government. Local government is critical to their well-being because they desperately need services. Local government is often key to providing water, waste management, drainage, sanitation. Those issues are really important to them. They had thought about it in some cases. They'd considered business collaboration. They had to deal with local political elites, but it was tricky. So we by way of conclusion, I have just 2 concluding slides. I might need another 30 seconds or so. So we feel that whilst we recognize these big picture stories, and we recognize they're very important political causes of the difficulties of Africa's structural transformation, we don't want to dwell on that, because it's really hard to see how it's going to move anyone forward. We are much more interested, on the basis of our research, in understanding how support for these small household-level, small enterprises can be enhanced. In that sense, there's a really nice sequence between, I think, Francois, your presentation around the way in which the city of Cape Town has become convinced that it needs to support small-scale rental units after, I think, maybe 10 years of work from academics, NGOs, just saying, hey, municipal authority, look at this. It's really interesting. So we think that's a really productive way to go forward. Look at the possibilities and look at ways to address those possibilities. That is not to say that any of these companies will instantly become tradables and start exporting. They won't. But it is to say that if you are going to change the politics, you're going to change it from the bottom up. And we have a bunch of work on informal spatiality, on informal neighborhoods, that shows over the last 10, 15 years, there really has been a transformation in the way that local and national government have understood the challenge and understood the solutions, because civil society and academics have worked together with reformers in government to say eviction was not the answer. So we do think this way of working has a lot of potential. It doesn't have quick answers. It is about really exploring research and development, seeing what is out there, understanding how it can be enhanced, and building a much stronger set of strategies that will move Africa's economy forward in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thanks to all our presenters. I think there is a variety of approaches to the question of land use, planning and housing presented here. So I'd now like to invite Erica to provide a few reflections on all the presentations before we jump into a quick Q&A. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the presenters as well. If you ask me, I think this is the most important session of the conference, because I think these are the key issues that we grapple with, when we talk about urbanization as well. It's around the growth and how do we create those opportunities and create housing opportunities as well. So thank you very much for all the very insightful presentations. I think I'm going to reflect on some of the key themes that I've picked up through all the different presentations. And I think the first one that I would like to maybe reflect on is around informality. I think it came through in all the presentations that, especially in Sub-Saharan Africa, and especially in these areas where there is such rapid growth, informality is a reality that we have to deal with. In most of the instances, this type of growth is not happening in a planned and regulated manner, and therefore most probably it requires us to rethink our own approaches, our policies, our institutional instruments that we use as well to say, how do we accommodate this type of growth that we can accept will be, in many instances more informal than the normal regulatory process as well. And that leads me to a question that I think in Remy's presentation and Francois' presentation and Diana, you talk about regulation and, as municipalities and government getting out of the way a little bit and less regulation to enable more entrepreneurship and to enable a lot faster growth in these kinds of areas. So I think for us, that's one of the key things to reflect on as well. We understand that regulation is important and it does have a role to play, but what is the appropriate level of regulation that you require in an emerging and developing context that we have? Because maybe, over-regulation is actually a negative and inhibitor to the growth that we're currently experiencing as well. One of the other key, I think, themes for me throughout is around the data and how we can use data, spatial data and big spatial data models, not only to understand the way that our cities have developed and grown, where people have located, why they have located in certain areas, but it's also key in terms of our planning going forward, but also identifying some of those risk areas. You also mentioned the areas where, you know, it's either on hills or flood-prone areas. So the ability to use data more proactively for us, I think, is key and very important. The key question, I think, as well, is how do we do that in a context where many, and I'm fortunate in the city of Cape Town that we do have very good data, but I think many other cities don't necessarily have those systems, don't have the skills as well in order to do that. So how does one scale that up and make that appropriate and usable in the municipalities where those might not be existing and evident as well? And that would be a key issue, because we also don't want to ensure, you know, we want equitable growth throughout the region. So how do we make sure that that happens, and what kind of support and assistance would be required to understand the fast, you know, growth and innovation around the different tools and different technologies that one can use, and developing those skills within the municipalities as well, to be able to use that data for their planning purposes. And I think that became key as well. Diana also mentioned, I think, especially around the informal sector is one of the areas where we are really challenged, where we do not have data because it's not part of a formal system where we collate that kind of data. How do we start building methods and maybe other systems to collate data to understand this informal economy, but also the informal housing market a lot better, because I think it actually does play a huge role in the development of the cities, but we don't necessarily have the data to support that. The other very interesting theme that's quite close to my heart as well is around using housing as economic infrastructure. It's not only a shelter, but it really becomes an economic asset for all property owners as well. Again, I think about, you know, the housing need that we have that far outweighs the current ways for us in order to supply sufficient housing. And I think in those instances as well, you know, making sure that there are different options available at different income levels, provided by a whole range of role players, becomes so incredibly important, because it cannot only be state-led. So what opportunities are there for either the private sector or micro-developers and other people to help us with the supply of housing, and understanding what those barriers are and how we can address some of those barriers. Just interestingly enough, you know, I do think that one of the key things we have to start considering is around our own policies and funding mechanisms, and how that is perpetuating this spatial sprawl that we see. In some of the presentations yesterday and today as well, we keep on talking about, you know, that there seems to be you know, more activity in higher land markets where, in the CBD kind of areas where we've got tall buildings. However, if you look at density patterns, the density sits on the outskirts of the city, and that is mainly due to the fact that the land is cheap at the periphery of the city. And because the land is cheap, and due to our national policies and our various funding requirements and conditions, you know, we have to develop in those areas. We can't develop more sustainable, higher density development, infill development, to provide for the poorest of the poor in the city and for the affordable market. It's actually forcing us to go and do that. So I think a lot more work needs to be done around how we can address some of those issues as well, and help us delivering housing, but also make sure that that becomes a way in which we actually alleviate poverty within the cities, because if we start using housing as an economic asset, that is what the outcome would be. And then I think institutional coordination Oh, sorry, just before I move off the housing one as well, with Remy, I think for me, one of the key questions I would like to ask is about how can we make sure that taller buildings also can provide affordable housing. It's one of the challenges that I think as city builders we're often faced with, because when we promote that type of development, the answer is always that it is too expensive, and due to the cost of the development, the units, the housing units that you provide cannot be for the affordable market necessarily, or it can't be for the market that we are targeting, because then the project is not viable. So I think understanding some of those dynamics and how we can intervene in the land markets to also make sure that the tall buildings can actually provide affordable housing as well, we will be able to start moving away from higher population densities on the periphery where there are no job opportunities to more denser areas with taller buildings and better accessibility of all to different opportunities. And then I think the other issue for me is also just around one of the common themes that I've picked up was around institutional coordination. It was key for me that everybody spoke about academics, researchers, planners, economists, the private sector, various NGOs, etc., coming together and working together. I think especially maybe in Sub-Saharan Africa, but across the world, the more we start to co-design solutions for some of the challenges that we have, the better, and we have more and more need to also plan for and include the people that we plan for in the plans that we do. So whether it's in terms of the informal economy, whether it is various instruments to help certain developers into the market. I think for me the key message is also we must understand where the actual barriers are, what the actual needs are, and then design those solutions that are appropriate and will address those, and not automatically assume that we know what the intervention should be. So those are some of my remarks, but thank you very much, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for further engagement as well on all these topics. Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Erica, for those reflections. I'd now just like to open it up to a few questions from the audience, if anyone has any specific things they'd like to ask our presenters. Yeah, I think we've got one in the back from the mayor there.
I just want to say to Prof. Viruli that the 20 million rand that we've set aside for development contributions is just a start. I've made clear that it's my firm hope, my desire that it gets topped up several times a year if needs be. But let's just start with 20 and see how we go. So just to make that clear for the industry. Then I just want to ask you what you think the next frontier is. The SSRU work is in the next month or so is going to be fully institutionalized, it's going to be fully regularized, and the industry will hopefully be away and running. And so I really want to start turning the institutional attention to what's next, push the boundaries even further. And I'd like to hear what your view is on what that next frontier is or should be.
Great. Then we've got another question in the back there.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. Yenes from City of Windhoek Municipality. I wanted to find out, I loved what the director was stating about densification, about the cost. Because it's one of the things that our government is pushing us for in terms of densification to solve the housing crisis. Now, the question remains, what other options? I saw the SH program that's there, but even in that approach, the cost of high-rise is a significant cost because these units come in expensive. And for us, we have a population of, in informal settlements, about 66% that earn less than 5,000 rand. So what other densified approach can you have? Because we're sitting with a housing crisis of 80,000 for Windhoek. How do you solve that issue and still make it affordable?
Thanks. I think we've got another question down the front as well. Oh, thanks.
Hi, this is Thomas Ferreira. I'm from Goga Analytics. My question is for Remy, and it's just, have you explored the economic benefits across different bedrock types? Do they remain even when the cost of building is higher? And then also, are there any threshold effects or non-linearities in building heights and the benefits from them? Thanks.
Perfect, thanks. And then I think for the final question, there's just one down the front as well.
Thank you. Good morning. The first comment I have is about, it's afternoon already. The first comment I have is about the issues of high scrape buildings in undermined areas, and also areas that have dolomitic rocks and sinkholes, because that's the phenomena we have in South Africa, and that phenomena is real. Are there any engineering opportunities that we could actually explore in relation to reinforcement to deal with these real bedrock issues that you spoke about? The second question I have is in relation to the question around the small-scale rental. The mayor just now spoke about the development charges. But for me, the biggest problem is about the bulk infrastructure capacity that would be needed with those high-level densities that might require some expropriation or some movement of existing structures, because that capacity was not meant for the densities that we see emerging. As my question in that is there any, I mean, in electricity it's easy, you actually put the microgrids, but for water and sanitation, it's a very big challenge, because the next thing after a certain level of density you have is the water pressure reducing, sewer spillages occurring. Is there any thoughts that the researchers have looked at in relation to alleviating some of those challenges that might actually be catching up with us as part of this road for small-scale rental and for economic opportunities for the ones that were excluded in the past in terms of economic growth from housing? Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks very much. So I think maybe just to start with yourself, Remy, I guess there's sort of two questions there. The first one on how vertical urban growth can still promote affordable housing, and the second one on the engineering opportunities in these areas where you've got challenges like sinkholes and other sort of geological problems.
Thank you. I think when I talk about tall buildings in the case of Cape Town, I don't want Cape Town to look like Dubai. I don't think it makes sense. But densification can be buildings of 10 stories. It doesn't have to be 25, 50 stories. And the other thing as well is like you have luxury towers, and you see a lot of them again in Dubai, but you also have these boring towers. And there's this market of tall buildings for the lower middle class. So if you go to Sao Paulo, if you go to Hanoi, if you go to Bangkok, you're going to see these buildings with 10 stories. They're very simple. They have no amenities. They don't have elevators. They're really cheap to build, and there's a market for that. And they're not built for like the fancy, the wealthy. They're built for the lower middle class, and people want to be in the center instead of like being far away and having to commute. And so I think that's more the approach, and that's related to what Francois was saying, is that you also need the small-scale densification. You go from 1 story to 3 stories, or 3 stories to 5 stories. So it's really about unleashing the formal development and maybe trying to find solution for why there is this missing market of tall buildings for the middle class. The other thing I want to say is, like, I think, not to criticize the government in South Africa, but the RDP housing is government subsidized sprawl. You build houses very far. That's more or less what people do in the US with a private market, but here it's done by the government. And more or less you're taking the poor very far away from the center and jobs. And then your central city is not very vibrant because people don't live there. So tall buildings have costs on the environment, but if you do it right, it can have a lot of benefits for the poor, lower commuting cost, less crime in the center, lower housing supply. But it's really about trying to understand why this is not happening here. But what I want to say is that it's happening somewhere else. I look at a photo behind me. Either I see like fancy office buildings, or I see very low-rise buildings, but there's this missing middle. You don't have a Sao Paulo type buildings. And we need more of these to solve the housing crisis. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much. I'd now like to turn to yourself, Francois, and perhaps answering the question of where the next frontier of SSRU might be and the sort of task of building infrastructure capacity in these densified areas.
Okay, let me take these questions one at a time. First, to respond to the mayor. I think what needs to work well after this is the offices that the city is putting together, LPOs. So I think that this is going to be critical if this is going to work. There is a risk with this, which I'm not going to go into, that people come with all their problems, not only this one. But I think that supporting the small-scale developers now through this process will be of critical importance. And I think the word, I think that you used, the consolidation of housing, I think it was in your narrative. And I think that that is important. How do we make it possible? I think in the city we have about 1.4 million people living in informality, 20% of the Cape Town population, more or less. How do we create a system bold enough for those to build on the shacks and what they have? The other thing where we need to be bold of is that national human settlements have given us 4 or 5 million homes, of which 1.4 don't have title deeds. 1.4 million of those homes we have denied South Africans. We've given them a shelter, a place from economic, but we've denied them house as an asset, largely. That's what we've said. You can't use it as collateral. You can't borrow on the back of it. Yes, things do happen informally, but I think to have a situation where we deny citizens the right to be in the market like everyone else, I think must be a priority. And I think if we get that right, it will so help us. The other challenge is, and it cuts on the density issue. And I've said this before, the way we've delivered housing in South Africa is a 40 by 40 by 40 times 4. In other words, 40 square meter house, 40 kilometers away from where you work, where you spend 40% of your income on transport. That seems to have been the solution, the 40 by 40 by 40, where you also now spend 4 hours a day traveling from where you come from. And I think that has to change. And the issue on densities is that we need to transform the city, that we start building where infrastructure exists. There are many parts of the town, and I'm thinking whether it's the 4 tracker corridors and others, for those who know Cape Town, where I think it's too expensive to keep on going out. It's 40 now, 40 kilometers, it will be 50 kilometers, and every time you go out, it's more infrastructure, it's more expenditure. So I think where we need to be bold is to use the existing infrastructure that we have optimally. And yes, that does mean to be bold and to address the NIMBYs of this world, right, who maybe don't want to see it. But I think that the idea that this is going to carry on at the pace of green fields and we're going to build roads and infrastructure, I think we can't afford that. So I think that's where we'll need both, and hopefully that answers the issue on densities. We've got to up the densities, and I think the city's doing. The incentive overlay zones, the RZs, which I think are part of the amendments which are coming in, play a role. which say there are certain areas, and we're going to push those areas, and we're going to make it attractive up zone already to some degree and make it happen. So I think that's, did I leave anything out there?
Great. Thanks very much, Francois. I'd like just to hand over to Diana in case you have any reflections on the questions that have been asked.
Oh, thank you. I have, so thanks so much for your contributions, really tricky questions. I am probably not going to answer them, but I have 5 brief things I want to say, I think. The first is really reflecting quite a few of my 5 things bounce off Erica's, so thank you so much. I think the first thing is that there is a real challenge for local government not to make things worse. And I think what you often see is that regulations are not a reason to improve things, they're a reason to tax informally people who contravene regulations. So that is a real challenge for local government to not make things more difficult. I think the second point I'd make is, and thank you for highlighting, the contribution of a house to economic activities. Many informal economic activities are house-based. When people are moved into high-rise, medium-rise and high-rise, those become very difficult. So I think, Remy, your contribution to thinking about density is very important, but I think for the lowest income, which could be 20, 40%, we have to be cautious. There are tower blocks in the UK that have been pulled down and replaced by medium density, ground plus 3, 4 or 5, in some case terraced units. Why? Because the social costs were too high. That is even more critical in an African context where we know that the lowest income households do better when they have diverse economies, when perhaps someone is working informally for formal businesses, makes a little bit of very steady money, other people are being enterprise owners and have inevitably a cycle to their income. So we really have to think about housing improvements that nurture informal economic activities. That creates a lot of challenges. The third point I'd make is that please, when we talk about the private sector, we talk about the informal. We engage the informal private sector, not just the formal private sector, because the informal is often vibrant, it's been tested, and it has some ability to navigate its way through. I think the fourth comment I'd make is, what do we learn from housing programs that have created sprawl? The one lesson I think we really learn is that those housing programs, to be frank, South Africa is not the only one. Chile, Mexico have had a very similar context. You have housing programs that incentivize sprawl because of the way finance is delivered. You want your land cost to be as cheap as possible. That places them on the outside. They have very high social costs, as Francois has just said. They're actually high state costs because you have to extend infrastructure a lot longer, for a lot further than you would do if these places are better located. None of this was unknown. So I think for me it's a real challenge to ensure that we build on what has been experienced before. We will relearn. Everyone makes mistakes, but we should be as informed as possible. I think the final point I'd like is really to emphasize, I think, you know, Erica, you ended up as saying we have to work together. We have to build a dialogue that really incorporates the best knowledge from people living and working in these areas, the people that so much of this activity is intended to help, the people who've studied it, the academics, the people in civil society who've created political and knowledge aggregations, and of course municipal and national government authorities. If we can create a rich dialogue, we can move better and faster to a more just, sustainable and prosperous world. So I think those would be my final comments.
Thanks very much, Diana. I'd now just like to quickly hand over to Simon to just ask, I think, so one question I had is, how do you see these methods informing like forward-looking forecasting in terms of like urban sprawl, specifically with informal settlements, and kind of what do you see the new applications being for this interesting work?
Yeah, for sure. So, you know, I think that in many ways, the data that we're creating are kind of a precursor to a lot of important questions you can ask. I think questions about sprawl are central. I also want to say thank you to everybody because of the, you know, the fellow panelists and discussant and the audience, because all the questions you ask and these discussions are super generative for ideas of sort of what can you do with data that looks back historically. Of course, you can think about specific sort of causal inference research questions, for example, that having, in a sort of econometric parlance, a pre-period data allows you to answer much better about, for example, what are the effects of different investments, infrastructural investments, for example, on sprawl. And so the hope is that, these data can help enable answers to those sorts of questions, and then, of course, give insight into future policymaking.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Simon. And I'd like to just say thanks again to all of our presenters and our distinguished discussant today. I think that this has been a really insightful panel where we've explored how potential machine learning applications can help with urban planning, how deregulation can support both vertical urban growth and also the development of the small-scale rental market. And finally, I think Diana's contributions on the framing is really important for the way we think about productive framing going forward in urban policy. So thanks very much. I think it's now probably time for lunch. So thanks again. Cheers.
Hello, everyone. We have reached the end of our wonderful two-day conference. Briefly wanted to say that we feel very privileged to have gathered so many brilliant minds in one space to discuss this important issues surrounding cities and urbanization. We've spoken about transport, land use, firms and local economies, crime, housing, access to water. We've even managed to get really excited about sewers and how to pay for them. As we close this conference, it's clear that we're only beginning to understand the full scope of Africa's unique urban transformation. This series of presentation is about what comes next, not just in policy and practice, but in knowledge. How do we build a research agenda that is driven by the realities and priorities of African cities? What questions must we ask, and what data do we need to answer them? So with that, I'd like to invite the facilitators from the thematic discussions to share with us some of the key takeaways from the discussions that we had on each theme. And if we can go in the order, so transport, then firms and local economic development, followed by land use planning and housing, and then water, energy, and the environment. You each have 78 minutes, and if we could keep to time, because I think people are eager to get some cocktails after this, hopefully somewhere with a bit of a sunset. Thanks so much.
Hi, everyone. So our session was the transport session, and we had some good, lively debates. What we did was we actually provided sub-themes or subtopics to the broader theme of transport, and we looked at, we split our group up into multiple groups and had the brilliant minds come up with ideas. So we are just going to feed back what other people provided. So let me see if this works. So the first sub-theme was walking and cycling. And specifically, we included gender-specific needs in that sub-theme. But the discussion actually looked at what were the possible, so the research question looked at what are the possible interventions or what are the impacts of improving safety in walking and cycling, so and what that impact would have on labor market connectivity, so how that would broaden the reach for employment if you improved walking and cycling. And the reason that that fits within the context and policy environment, particularly for African cities, is that we see that walking is a predominant mode in most African cities, but as well that dealing with the climate change impacts within African cities, walking and cycling could be affordable and environmental sustainable modes. And many cities are beginning to understand the importance of walking and cycling in, and the role of that within their urban mobility systems. The data needs, let me just touch on that quickly. Sorry, the slides are doing something funny here. Did I just lose? Okay, I'm just going to keep talking while someone helps me with the slides. In terms of data, we talked about user, there we go, thank you. I'm not sure what's going on. So yeah, we looked at, just going to go back. There we go. In terms of the data, we looked at user experience data, so data on crime affecting pedestrians and cyclists, and looking particularly at victimization. We'd also need some labor market data to understand how we could access those labor markets. And then lastly, just looking, particularly from a safety perspective, looking at the status quo of urban spaces, particularly on the walking and cycling infrastructure that's available. We're going to tag team.
All right, we are alternating. So the second theme, the next slide, the research question 2, relates to informal transit, or as Lucas Conwell calls it, shared private transit. Here, we think the frontier is at finding regulations of this sector which are addressing key inefficiencies while being feasible and scalable. This is relevant to African cities throughout. This is a very important mode. It has key problems, so participants focused on unsafe driving as an important one, but there are many others, and this is linked to the driver-owner payment structure, the contract structure. However, this mode is there, the sector is here to stay. So completely replacing them is going to face a very uphill battle. Specific research questions or two specific types of interventions that would be interesting, or formats that would be interesting to test further are driver-level subsidies based on direct GPS-level monitoring. The second one is at the association level, so the structure in which minibus taxi drivers are typically organized in. Can associations become more of a company so that they change towards a model of employing their drivers, paying them wages that are relatively fixed, and then monitoring their behavior, rather than the current system where drivers have very high-powered incentives. Coincidentally, and we think promisingly, both of these directions have already been piloted in the Cape Town context through the Blue Dot pilot for the first one, and through the Mitchell's Plain 7th Avenue Association pilot for the second direction. South Africa is a context where there's more data than in other countries. In general, we have very little data about this sector, and we've listed, as you can see here, some ideas for data sources.
And then the third research question focused on road safety as a broader theme, and this is relevant within our context because we find that South Africa has some of the highest road fatality rates in the world. We also see that as people achieve higher incomes, they aspire to owning a vehicle. So there's this drive and desire towards owning a vehicle, so vehicle numbers increase. And then we also have a cultural situation of low compliance with road rules, and there's challenges to enforcing road rules. So the very specific research question that this particular group came up with was around how can African cities reduce traffic crashes on urban roads, and looking more specifically at cost-effective ways, so physical infrastructure to reduce speed. So that could be in the form of road narrowing and other interventions that forces a driver to reduce their speed. But then also looking at behavioral interventions, whatever those may be, and including enforcement in that as well. Again, here they felt, or the group discussed and felt that Cape Town is actually data ready with this. There's quite a bit of data around road safety information. So we have CCTV data and speed data that can be used, and the data is fairly comprehensive on this.
And finally, the last topic, research question number 4, we started very general for thinking about how technologies like mobile phone, like smartphones, mobile payments, digital payments can be used in general in the mobility space, and we landed on something very specific, or the group did, which is a lot of transport planning relies on knowing where economic activity happens, and there's very good data on the formal side of that. It's more challenging usually to map out informal economic activity. However, and the key direction is, can digital payments data be used to achieve exactly that? You can imagine how this works. Some of the challenges are how to ensure representativeness if there's an income gradient in adoption, and the data comes bundled with the technology as long as it can be shared. That's it. That's it from transport.
Hi. Right, so we focused on firms and local economic development, and we had 4 sub-themes that we broke into, the first being on the labor market. And the core question there was on how high levels of youth unemployment could be addressed, and the research question was on the extent to which an online matching platform can reduce labor market distortions or information frictions in African cities. And the policy relevance is about addressing the skills mismatch and informational frictions around expected wages. And the proposal required an RCT and the collection of survey data to get to a consistent answer. And there's the lovely board. It's here in the corner, as are the other 3. If anybody's interested, you're welcome to come have a look. The second one was on trade and structural transitions. And the question was on what is the firm-level impact of port and rail performance. And more specifically, we know that South Africa has seen a substantial degradation of port and rail infrastructure over the past few years, and we would like to consider the impact of poor port and rail performance, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal province, on affected firms. So we'd like to look at the cost of delays along with the costs associated in rerouting trade to other ports from the Port of Durban and Richards Bay, notably to Maputo and even Cape Town. And the question addresses the importance of infrastructure service delivery and the distributional costs of government failure and how it differs between large and small firms in different cities and even across borders within the African urban context. And it would require specialized tax administrative data from affected metros, custom data on trade volumes and affected ports, firm-level survey data on perceived effects and costs of the infrastructure failure. Then the next one is on the agglomeration, built environment, and productivity. And the question that we would like to answer is on the role of physical proximity between micro and informal enterprises, and how does that help facilitate participation of those smaller firms into the larger formal economy. And we would like to look at how African cities can better facilitate linkages that are conducive towards growth, especially amongst the informal sector. And this can be amongst different dimensions, but with a focus on the urban context. And African cities are generally characterized by large numbers of informal and micro enterprises, and this is an issue of some importance, and where there tends to be little data available on the contribution of smaller informal firms. And so we suggested doing a mapping of informal enterprises, combining that with mobile payment data, and also looking at administrative tax data to look at potential linkages with formal firms. And you could supplement that with built environment data. next one was a sub-theme of innovation and entrepreneurship. And so the question was, what factors are enabling innovation and entrepreneurial growth, especially among small to medium enterprises, and how can the City of Cape Town specifically facilitate and enhance the factors that promote success amongst those types of firms. The research question is on how small businesses and innovators and entrepreneurs, what are the contextual factors that either contribute towards their growth or towards their failure, whether those be financial, educational, gender-based, and the like, how the City of Cape Town as a metro within the African context can help facilitate growth and help overcome some of the constraints that are identified within the first point. The small business and SME sector is one that has been given considerable consideration and focus by the national government, perhaps somewhat less so in the context of the metro areas, but we feel that the metros can utilize their local knowledge to gather information, and that gets to the final point of the required data. The proposal was for a panel data set of measuring performance among small firms over 3 to 5 years, and also gathering data on the entrepreneurs themselves, their demographic characteristics, educational characteristics, and the like. So those are the 4 sub-themes that we covered.
Great, thank you everyone. Our group was land use and housing, and I'm sure the slides are coming up now. So we tackled this in 4 main themes: land access and tenure, access to finance, access to infrastructure services, and building regulations and management models. We did seem to have a lot of government practitioners in the room. They were attracted to the theme. So we had quite a strong acknowledgement that the current systems of governance and how the housing market is organized and regulated is being outpaced by urban growth in African cities. And this means that many of these systems have become increasingly irrelevant to urban residents, urban realities. So on the first theme on land access, I'm not sure if the slides are coming up, but I'll just read through them, it's okay. And tenure, there was a lot of discussion around different tenure models that have been tried in different African city contexts. And I think one of the key research questions was, can we, in terms of, to support the scalability of these different models, can we assess to what degree they've increased legitimacy and accountability, and how well they've supported the functioning of the property market in that context? And then in terms of impact, how much has that delivered in terms of dividends of wealth generation for those urban residents who've been able to gain better tenure security? Then on access to finance, so there was a lot of discussion around how do we create research and data insights that are going to support the development of financial products that are relevant to small-scale rental developments. Down property market developments for affordable housing. And then how can more accessible regulatory frameworks and data enable the financial sector to accurately price risk in the provision of financial products? So there was quite a lot of discussion around the audience of that type of research, and data insights would be culminate in financial products that are more relevant and affordable to small-scale rental developers. And then in terms of an impact assessment linked to that, it would be how much has this enabled low-income property owners to leverage their investments as financial assets and not just places of shelter and service access. And then access to infrastructure services was a very lively debate. Because we had quite a lot of government officials, I think there was an acknowledgement in an African city context that there's been a trend of over-promising and under-delivering from a government standpoint on both housing provision and infrastructure services. So there was quite a lot of discussion around the political economy and how do you renegotiate a role for the public sector in both of those elements of the housing market. Examples of co-production of services was cited from different African cities, but then comes the question, when you invite private sector involvement in the delivery of water or energy or other basic services, how do you regulate and ensure that the incentives are sufficient for sustainable service access? Particularly for South Africans, this was a fascinating question. And then the potential for decentralized energy generation and decentralized service access to supplement centralized provision across housing typologies was an area of real interest. And then finally on building regulations and management models. So South Africa has a much larger government subsidized housing scheme, but other African cities do have, in part, a subsidized housing scheme. And there was a lot of discussion around how can a management model that is relevant to a higher density mode of government subsidized housing be developed. That was seen as a key barrier because it's the question of sectional title and then how do the common areas get managed. So a very practical question, but one that requires quite a lot of deep research. And then lastly, this assessment of how current planning and building regulations are undermining access to finance and insurance products for the majority of urban residents was cited as something that needs to be quantified in terms of the impact of an increasingly irrelevant planning regime. And then coming out of that, cascading levels of approval, of building approval and land use approvals, how would that then benefit the functioning of a housing market and access to finance and insurance products for low-income urban residents? Yeah, so thank you. That was our discussion summary.
All right. Okay, so I want to just very quickly say before I do this two things. First off, I feel a little bit of an imposter presenting for my group because I think I was probably the least expert person in the room on African cities. I do in particular want to name check my co-facilitator, Archana MV, who was amazing. And secondly, our topic was water, energy, and environment. And that's like 4 topics. And we had an extremely enthusiastic and wonderful group that came up with so many research questions. And so as they were tugging on our sleeves going, where's your slides, where's your slides? We eventually just realized that we were going to have to not try to present you sort of an overview of everything that we did, but rather just a couple of things that we found interesting as a taste of the sort of questions that we were coming up with. We did, however, capture the notes that all of the groups took and are happy to make that available. So just, again, to give you a taste, here are some of the types of questions that we were coming up with in our area. So first off, one thing we found interesting was the investigating the relationship between load shedding and private power generation. So basically the idea here is the African cities are often prone to having to do a certain amount of load shedding due to energy shortages. It would be useful, therefore, to understand what the relationship between that and in particular the duration or intensity of those types of events. What is the relationship between that and private investors' decisions to invest in independent power generation? The kind of data you might need for something like this would be things like data from the utilities on load shedding. And we understand there's already sort of interest in making ESCOM data, for instance, generally more open. But also things like cost of renewable power generation or other forms of independent power generation, installation rates, and so on. Another example, what rate structure and incentive systems could fund servicing of unplanned densification within planned communities? So the idea here is we've talked a lot about the idea of unplanned or informal communities, but it is also the case that even within planned informal communities, densification is occurring that is not planned for, that may be informal through things like backyard units and so forth. And so cities have to not just deal with the sort of official informal communities, so to speak, but with the informal development within planned or official communities. And in some ways, that can actually be a more complex problem because it offers different challenges around identifying where that densification is occurring and figuring out how to serve it. It's not the same as just saying, well, we have this unplanned settlement here, let's figure out how to serve it. And so the question here would be things like, how do you actually create an incentive structure, a system of rate payments and so forth that could fund servicing of unplanned densification within planned communities? That's something that is relevant to power, but also potentially to things like water and waste service as well. Another example, what are the long-term consequences of private unmanaged groundwater extraction in African cities? So we've heard throughout the conference that when we face water shortages, one thing that folks will do is drill their own wells and informally access groundwater. But what is the long-term consequence of that? How does the increasing reliance on that kind of solution shape the long-term outcomes for aquifer sustainability, for urban resilience to climate change, equitable water access, and what kind of governance mechanisms could be used to address these issues? And I will say that this sort of proxies for a bunch of questions that our group came up with around the idea of essentially unplanned, unmanaged water access. Again, I hope the policy relevance is relatively obvious. This is something that a lot of African cities are facing. And there's lots of interesting data that we thought would be needed in these areas. Things like what are the actual sources of water that are being used by different communities? What percentage comes from where? What is the groundwater availability in a mapping sense? What is the water consumption rate, including both managed and unmanaged, which is obviously going to be harder to follow. And I think that it also points to something I would call an overarching theme, which was the need for proxy data for unmanaged or unplanned usage of things like groundwater. I'm about to talk, I think, again about electricity. All of these comes in. Waste management is another issue there. Along that line, another example research question, how illegal electricity connections affect revenue collection? So in what ways do illegal electricity connections undermine revenue collection efforts by utilities in African cities? How do those practices interact with governance challenges? Obviously, the challenges of funding and financing, but also others, affordability issues, service delivery goals in the energy sector, and so on. And again, I think the policy relevance of these is usually pretty obvious, right? African cities need money to fund infrastructure to address problems like power shortages. So obviously, things like illegal electricity connection that limit revenue collection are going to be something we would want to take notice of. Okay, and that is that is all I have to say about that. But as I say, I just want to note how much richer the actual set of full research questions that our group came up with was than that little sampling I could give.
So we will be making the slides available to everyone after the conference, as well as we've had some sneaky colleagues taking notes in all the sessions. So we will flesh out some of the additional detail, just that everyone takes away some of these ideas from the conference as well. I'd now like to invite Professor Ed Glaser to share his reflections on what we've learned from the conference and the forward-looking research agenda for African cities. And following that, to officially close us off, if on behalf of the City of Cape Town, Hugh Cole could give his closing remarks, and then on behalf of the World Bank, to Ming Zhang to come up as well. Thanks. Over to you, Ed.
Thanks, Vicky. So this is great, and I'm going to start by making 5 meta-observations, and then I'm going to sort of try to organize what I've just heard. And I think the first thing that is just tremendous is the amount of energy that's been around here for the last day and a half. And it's energy from young researchers, and it's energy from older hands in this field, and it's energy from public sector officials, and it's just great. Right? And I couldn't be more thrilled to have been part of this and to see this flowering of passion for making the cities of Africa and indeed of the entire world better. And that's I think, the most important thing. I think IGC deserves, a great deal of credit for keeping that mission in mind throughout. And the mission is really connecting between different sectors. And I think this sort of bridge between academia and policymaking is absolutely central. I want to highlight, as I'm sure will be highlighted later, our extraordinary debt for our long-term partnership with the World Bank and with the Institute for International Economic Policy at George Washington, who actually, this conference began with them and not with us, right, 10 years ago. And I think that's important that we recognize that. And of course to the City of Cape Town, which is just an incredible place to be having this conference. The next point, which is a little bit, I'm actually going to say some things that are edgier in these comments and some that are less. Prepare for some edgy things about bikes. The first edgy thing that I'm going to say is that I think one of the things that has been going around in my mind for the last day and a half is it is probably important that we all start thinking that the relative dominance of randomized controlled trials in development work is likely to wane. And I think there's both a good and a bad reason for that. The bad reason for that is the crisis in funding at USAID and other things that will go on related to that. The good reason is, in fact, many questions related to cities cannot be handled with an RCT. Because, in fact, cities are systems. And, you can use RCTs, and many of you have, to estimate particular parameters that then get fed into a system. I think, for example, I'm looking at Gabriel, I think particularly if your job market paper is doing this. So it certainly plays a role, but it doesn't necessarily play a role. And if you think about the sort of use of high-end spatial models to try to figure out optimal transportation plans, many of them don't have RCTs. In cases in which we don't have our normal RCTs, which is we just walk in with a lot of cash, we can still do things that are like RCTs, in fact, even better than RCTs, by partnering with local governments. Because often local governments will be able to do things which feel like RCTs, even though you weren't actually the person who determined the randomization, they were. And so this is all the more reason for us to sort of connect with local governments and figure out what kind of research they need and where they're going with policy. The fourth thing, and I don't think this is edgy, but I think actually we should be focused on this in terms of IGC funding. I heard a lot of good things about data needs in the presentations that were just made. Almost all of the sort of fancier models that we're talking about are ones that run on serious data. I think we should have a very strong priority on creating urban public goods, public research goods, like various forms of data, and I'll return to that in a second. But if we're going to empower 1,000 flowers to bloom in terms of doing research on African cities, the more that we can have sort of large numbers of data sets available, the better. I think it's an open question as to whether or not we want to have sort of a saturation within. I mean, I could easily imagine one value is like, let's just know everything about Cape Town because we've got a friendly government in it. But I can also imagine the value of to what extent we can get cell phone data like in lots of different countries and do things on that with mobility. And the last sort of meta-observation I want to make is that one of the things I love about cities is that they are connections across cultures, connections across continents, right? That's also one of the things that I love about these conferences and that I love about the IGC, right? Is that in fact that's what we do. And I do think that, you know, this conference has been great on that. It is still true that, you know, one of my hobby horses for the last 10 years has been we need more Latin Americanists in these things, right? Because in many ways, Latin America became urban when they were poor in the 1960s, and they faced many of the challenges that Africa had 40 years ago. And in fact, we should be learning more from Sao Paulo. We should be learning more from Bogota, where, you know, there are some amazing things. I'm going to now just switch to a couple of observations about how I frame what I just heard and how I think about this in terms of the context of the public setting. And I think my 3 buckets for sort of public stuff and everything sort of fits in, and I'll try to do it, is 1, managing space. So managing space includes the environment, but it also includes street safety, right? All of that's about managing space. It also involves the regulation of housing. 2, providing public services. Okay, and this includes both the informal buses, but it also includes the ports and the railroads. At least they include the ports and railroads as long as the public sector is going to be massively involved in it. 3, enabling upward mobility. Okay, enabling opportunity for poorer people. And that, again, fits somewhat into the firms and workers side, but I see it as being, I mean, sort of a thing that really belongs as a bucket on its own. And then the 4th category, which really informs all of them, is just the need for a data-rich environment. And that's not necessarily a public sector, but I think smart leaders of public sectors have data-rich resources, and I think it's tremendously great that Hugh Cole is the Chief Data Officer for the City of Cape Town, which is a phenomenal asset for all of us. Okay, now against these 3 public things, we have the typical problems that occur with this, okay? And I'm going to highlight 4 problems that, you know, I think are often endemic in these areas. And I think there's in some sense, to me, they're the big ones. One of which is a failure to enforce rule of law in lots of different places, right? And this is true on a sort of grand level when half of the water in Jordan goes missing in the desert and gets used by wealthy farmers to export tomatoes. That's a failure of rule of law. But it is also a failure of rule of law when a young female can't walk home safely at night. Those are both failures of rule of law, and they're sort of the same thing. 2, misregulation. Okay, the fact that we've got the wrong regulations in different places. And of course, you've got the sort of combination of weak rule of law and misregulation in which you create some small section of society in which it is highly regulated and rule of law is enforced, and a vast section of society in which allegedly there are regulations, but none of them have any bite, right? Which doesn't feel like a great outcome to have. 3rd topic, public sector productivity. Okay, and this is everything about water and electricity and the railroads and all parts of this stuff. And this is itself an intellectual agenda that I think is absolutely first order. And I would say the 4th category is really about delivering skills or whatever else you think it takes to find upward mobility. Right? I think that's the sort of last bit is what is it that if we actually thought we were, you know, going to sort of, you know, make huge investments and change the trajectory of the poorest residents of Sub-Saharan Africa, what is it that we would deliver in terms of that, and how well are we doing on that delivery? So those are my 4 challenges, and let me just make a few observations on the 3 different sort of policy categories. One of which is it's helpful to think about, when you think about managing space, think about managing public space differently than managing private space, right? These things are obviously separate. I love the discussion of CCTVs. I love the discussion about pedestrian traffic. I thought this was sort of absolutely first order, and, you know, we all know many developing world cities that sort of, that the streets are not safe to walk on. I mean, Cape Town is actually pretty great. Many Indian cities are not, in terms of just having pedestrian spaces that work, but it's incredibly valuable, and sort of walking around is always a great thing. I love bikes. I always worry about bikes in the developing world, that this is a technology that works fantastically in Copenhagen, but that in fact I've just seen so many bike lanes, whether in Johannesburg or in Sao Paulo, where I've never yet seen a bike use one of those lanes in either city. Okay, so they have the set-aside bikes, and you talk to people, and, you know, it's hot, it's hilly. Okay, there are many reasons why bikes are not a great technology for this, and I think it is always makes me really frightened whenever we sort of adopt uncritically technologies that work really well in the most highly functioning cities in the world, and we think that's going to be great for your city. Okay, it doesn't mean that bikes aren't right, but I would be cautious about it. It's just not obvious to me that this is the right technology for the future, as opposed to informal buses, which it's there, and we want to figure out how to make it work better. I don't know what exactly to say about the environment, but the environment to me belongs in this place, right? So the environment belongs in whatever we're trying to do to sort of make stuff safe. And then, of course, managing the private space, like this is all about housing and titling. I love the discussion of subsidizing housing. I love the sort of perpetual thinking about reforming informality. I think it's just worthwhile always when you think about formality versus informality, just remember what a nexus of property rights actually ownership is. The right to actually inhabit your home without being expropriated, that's actually pretty common even in informal areas. Most people typically get to stay in their homes. They don't necessarily get to develop it in a different way, and they certainly don't necessarily get to sort of put a mortgage on it. But those are all ancillary rights, which are somewhat different. And I think it's important to be sort of sophisticated in thinking about these rights. And also, as you think about the demand for formalizing, which is in many contexts relatively mixed. I mean, we have many examples of cases in which great formalization programs went on, and when it came to the second round, nobody thought it was worth paying anything to get the second round of formalization. And so this is something that I think we want to think about in terms of the demand for formality. I think that's also true in the business context, and it's why I think Educare, because of the public subsidy that can accrue to formal vendors but not informal vendors, it's a particularly natural place because there's a demand for formality that comes from the subsidization. Providing public services, water, electricity, the rails, waste management, right? These are all, in some sense, the bread and butter of what cities do. And it's sort of an important thing to remember in the South African context that, control by mayors over safety is limited, right? It's much closer to the British system than the US system on this. And so even though we sort of think of safety as being sort of a first-order urban thing, it typically runs through the Home Office in most areas rather than through city government. Whereas these services are ones in which the city has itself control over. Now, there are a couple of issues in terms of like the broad management of the services. One of which is what level of government is going to own it, and the second of which is it going to be private or public independent, right? These are all different things. So for example, the model in many cities, like Johannesburg, is it's public, but it's public independent. Right? This, in some sense, is a model that both follows that of the British civil service in the 19th century, where the thought was you're going to have a great independent entity that's not going to be corrupt. It was also one that the US did to build things like the Croton Aqueduct and to sort of create a division between the provider of this stuff and a seemingly corrupt city government. Okay? The problem is, if the city government still controls it and it's independent, it just becomes an excuse for like the mayor not fixing the problem because actually the mayor doesn't own it. And certainly my rule is it's better to bring it in-house and make the mayor own it unless you can actually get someone who will be the boss of it who has a significant international reputation to lose if it goes awry. And if you can't actually have such a CEO, then you're better actually having the mayor own it and take responsibility for it. And I think that's sort of just an important thing in terms of thinking about what the right level is. Similarly, private-public, it's tempting when you see underperforming public sectors to think that, oh, shouldn't this be done by a private entity? That instinct is almost always a mistake, right? Because in fact, managing a private entity that has strong incentives to corrupt and subvert the government is a very hard thing for a public sector to do, okay? And I think it's important that, this happened in our own history, in US history, where, the history of water in New York City, piped water was delayed for 40 years because they went for a PPP model. And this is the story of Aaron Burr, who hired Alexander Hamilton before he later killed Alexander Hamilton on the shores of the Hudson. He hired Alexander Hamilton to be his lawyer and to convince the Federalist City Council of New York that instead of having public waterworks, as Philadelphia was doing, they were going to have a private water company that would be subsidized with having a bank. Okay, so this is what they got, and this entity did a lot of banking. It did very little water provision, and it's exactly the sort of model that shows up again and again, which is you have a private solution, but unless you have a public entity that can actually manage it, it's going to do its own business. In fact, this entity is still around us, this water company. It's actually now called J.P. Morgan Chase, which was the Chase Manhattan Bank, which was the bank of the Manhattan Water Company, which then now does a lot of banking and not a lot of water provision. And again, it sort of highlights the sort of challenge of public sector managing private sectors, private entities. So I think also thinking about the right level of government, I thinking about whether or not you really want sort of a national or a state rail company managing the rails that go through a city that's trying to manage the rest of the system. Again, there's not one right answer here, just as not one right answer about public or private, but you need to think about these different institutional settings if you want to sort of get this right. Above all, you need measurement, and sort of measurement is sort of the crucial element in all public sector productivity. Third topic, enabling upward mobility. You know, the things that in the firm's discussion that I sort of found missing here was sort of, I wanted more on skills and I wanted more on labor market regulation. And, you know, it feels to me like a world in which sort of we're going to have a very aspirational view of what formal labor jobs are going to look like, and yet not do a great job of providing skills for lots of ordinary people, means you're going to get a terribly bifurcated labor market in which skilled people aren't going to work with unskilled people. And after all, the whole gains of having a city is you enable interactions, you enable connections, you enable people to sort of move up. And certainly the Brazilian work that I've done seems to suggest that there's huge differences in upward mobility in cities where skilled and unskilled people work together and cities where unskilled people work alone. The design of low skill transmission, low educational investments with lots of labor market regulations seems like it's designed to enforce segregation at work, and that feels sort of deeply problematic to me. So I think, to me, the upward mobility stuff remains about fundamentally skills and remains about regulation. I think it's fine to experiment with an online board for matching jobs. I wouldn't have guessed that that's going to solve the major problems at all, although it's an interesting thing to try. Finally, just a particular call out for the gender agenda, right? That in fact, women in cities is just an incredibly rich topic, an incredibly important topic in sort of every dimension. And I think that's true in terms of upward mobility, it's true in terms of safety, it's true in terms of transportation, it's true in terms of trust in the law. And I just want to sort of highlight that it shows up in different elements in this. And finally, just returning to data, there were so many great things that I heard in the presentations that were up there. Using electronic payments data to try to measure various things, using cell phone data, using administrative data, merging the things together, right? All of this is incredibly valuable. And I think, you know, doing more on water pricing, doing more on everything that we possibly can, the more that we can sort of invest in tools that just, you know, enable all of you, all of us as a community of scholars who are trying to make cities better, enable us to learn things that make cities function. That's our goal. And I want to just end by saying that, which is, you know, it has been a tremendous joy for me to be part of the IGC community for about 10 years. And it's a tremendous joy for me to be friends with the government of Cape Town and to have an even longer relationship with the World Bank. And it's been a tremendous joy because this is a community that is interested in trying to make the cities of the world more functional and interested in empowering, you know, everybody to do things. And indeed, you know, I strongly believe that cities work by enabling, empowering smart people to make changes. Well, I look through this room and I see a lot of enabled and empowered smart people. And it just gives me enormous hope about the future of urban Africa and the future of the world. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks very much, Ed, and to the teams who summarized those rich research discussions, because I popped into some of the sessions and I actually don't quite know how you did it, because it seemed like there were a lot of very rich conversations, and I think you've done very well to synthesize it. It's also wonderful for me personally to see city colleagues up there presenting alongside academic colleagues and synthesizing that research. That's just great for me to see. And I think for me sums up part of what I really appreciate about this conference that we've had the privilege of co-hosting is that, you know, for many of us who work in the city, we've just got our heads down, meeting the deadlines, getting the job done, solving problems, and complying with whatever we need to comply with. And we don't often get the chance to kind of lift our heads and engage with people who find our problems really interesting. So it's just wonderful to have spent 2 days doing that with all of you. And so I want to thank particularly the research community that's turned out and been so interested in what we're doing. The other thing I want to say is that I often say to my department when we have our meeting, you know, sort of full department meetings, I say, guys, you have to, what we do is primarily for the residents of Cape Town. That's our primary mission, is to make the lives of the residents of Cape Town better. But actually what we're doing is bigger than that, in that if we can solve some of our problems in a way that is translatable, and we can share those lessons with other cities in our country, it's actually it's a national project. And I'd stretch it further to say, that actually this is a contribution to the rest of the continent. And so you have to, because in city government it's often hard to see the bigger picture. You just got your head down. And I stress actually that what we're doing is a bigger mission, it's creating bigger public goods. So this conference has been a real manifestation of that for me, and it's just wonderful to have been part of it and see it come to life. I just, some of the highlights for me have been the conversation on the infrastructure foundations and how to get tariffs right and how to get the fundamentals of what make a city work right, how to address those demons of density. I don't think I'll ever forget the quote from Ed about capacity eats policy for breakfast. That stands out for me, because it's so true. And I really appreciated the interest in our SSRU program and some of the great conversations I've had about what we could do from a research point of view to make that work. And then I just really, I want to underscore what Ed and many of the people who presented on the research findings have said, that I feel an even greater urgency to use our existing data better, to develop data sources that fill the gaps of official statistics are not meeting, and to get data that helps us better understand the informal parts of our city. And so, that's been, I feel, an even more urgent need to work with all of you on that. I want to just say a few words of thanks. So first of all, to the World Bank and the IGC and George Washington University colleagues, it would have been much easier for you to do this conference in DC. And I know that organizing it here involved a lot of extra effort and hours of work from the likes of Harris and Vicky and the Cities at Work team and colleagues at GWU. And I just want to thank you for taking the bet on us and being willing to host it here. I want to say particularly to the team I want to say some very specific thank yous. So to the organizing committee, to Paul, Vicky, Ollie, Juliana, Harris, Remy, Monique, the core group of people who spent lots of times on conference calls to get this thing together. Thank you very much for doing that. To the future planning and resilience support team and the support team from my department. So these are the folks in the black tops with the City of Cape Town logo on who are ushering you around. It would not have happened without you. I'm incredibly grateful for the effort that you put in. And I've had so many people say, everyone is so professional and so friendly, it's great. And that's down to that support team. So thank you. And then I want to embarrass a couple of people. First of all, I want to say, give a little gift to Paul and to Vicky. You've been wonderful MCs, and you've brought a lot of leadership to make this event happen. So I'm just going to, I want to give you a little gift. Come up quickly. It's no prizes for guessing what's in it, but they're gonna need a drink. I don't think Paul's there. Yeah, okay. And then you may well need it tonight, but after. And then I want to ask if Roberta and Monique are still in the room. I want to just ask them to come up. You might have to collect it for a bit. Oh, there's a bit. Okay, these two ladies, it's very, when you give some people gifts, it's, of thanks, you inevitably run the risk of not thanking other people. But these two ladies it literally would not have happened without them. So thank you so much. They've been excellent at what they've done. They've sweated over this at a few moments. So thank you very much. I'm going to stop there and just say that for our visitors, I hope you get a chance to get out and enjoy the city. And thank you very much.
So I'm lucky to be the last one to talk at the conference. As we draw to close this really, I feel, inspiring gathering, I want to begin by congratulating all participants for exceptional 2 days of rich exchanges. As Ed said, you can feel the energy there. You feel the exchanges, networking that we establish. We have the privilege of engaging in some extremely interesting and thought-provoking discussions, bring together leading researchers, policymakers, practitioners from around the world to reflect on the pressing and transformative forces that shape Africa's future urbanization. I think this, for me, really, it's great that, very important that we have this conference in Africa. This helps bring the attention and the focus to the opportunities and the challenges of urbanization in Africa. I think for urbanization, this is the most important, what's happening in Africa is the most important now for urbanization. Actually, for development, Africa's urbanization is the most important development challenges in the world. So really, I think we can gather together, bring our minds together, bring the experience we have globally, but really working with the researchers, policymakers, practitioners in Africa to see how we can take the opportunities, how we can meet the challenges, how we can make things work. I think this is really great that we can work with our partners to have this conference here, to probably, just as not just one event. I hope that this can be a continuous process. We continue to have this partnership to work on the most important challenges, most important development challenges for the world. So the Urbanization and Development Conference has always been a unique space where the researchers meet with real-world policy economists and city leaders to talk to one another, challenge each other, and often find a common ground. And I think this 9th edition has lived up to that spirit. I also want to particularly highlight the Young Urban Economist workshop held yesterday. We heard from brilliant earlier career researchers, Moses Mwale, Oluchi Mbonu, Sepang Kumalo, Cassandra Cole, and Tankiso Lafeta, who are helping to push the frontiers of urban economics with the creativity and the fresh perspectives. Their work ranging from forecasting transit needs in Lusaka to studying the effects of formal housing on mental health in Johannesburg reminds us that the future of this field is in excellent hands. I sat in the session, really feel excited, and actually bring me to the younger days, to the job talks, presentations from my PhD dissertations. Really great job for all everybody. I think it's also especially fitting that we are closing this year's conference here in Cape Town. As many of you know and you have experienced, Cape Town is not only a city of immense beauty and historical importance, it is also a place where urban policy and innovation are happening every day. I was lucky in the last year. This is the third time to come to Cape Town, and really I feel there's a lot to learn from how Cape Town, the city, is sort of being managed, as you can see here. So we have been fortunate to have the support and partnership of the city in hosting this event. And I want to take this moment to really thank Hugh Cole, Director of Strategy at the City of Cape Town, for hosting this, but also to provide all the rich expertise and experience that you're offering, the knowledge on how to manage the city. I want to thank Paul Court, who's served as our master ceremonies throughout the conference, also provided really important insights. Also want to thank Monique Peterson, Luzanne Lesh, who helped ensure that every detail from logistics to hospitality was taken care of and with care and professionalism. I want to extend deep thanks to our partners from IGC, International Growth Centers, Victoria Delbrick, Juliana Oliveira Cunha, Oliver Harmon, and Greg Answorth for their leadership, their timeless behind-the-scene work, and intellectual contribution throughout the program. To our academic partners from George Washington University, to Remy, Tanner, and Alex, thank you for your continued commitment to bridging research and policy in this space. And of course, also I want to acknowledge the World Bank team, who together with our partners have been working behind the scene for months to bring this conference together. Ryan Hine, Claudia Rivas Rios, and also Mark Roberts, Nancy Lozano, and most notably Harry Solid, who have helped to shape both the agenda and the spirit of this conference. We are also extremely grateful to the Mayor of Cape Town for joining us, along with many mayors and councillors from South Africa municipalities who took part. Actually, was also surprised that the mayor stayed for quite long, yesterday and today, really very engaged. We always feel like we're too busy, we don't have time to learn things. If you see how busy the mayor is, it is still really taking time off to learn about what's happening in the researchers. I think this is continuous learning is really important. And I really thank the mayors and policymakers for joining us. Because of you all working together across sectors and geographies, we have advanced how urban economics can tackle inequality, expansion, infrastructure, and governance in Africa cities. So as we return to our institutions, our research, and our cities, I hope we can carry forward the conversation we started here, and also, most important, continue and deepen our collaboration across sectors. So let's keep growing this community, and I would like to, and I hope to meet you again next year in the next year's Urban Research Conference. I think we were planning to have that in Washington, D.C., but now we have a taste of having the conference in the real city. Maybe we'll try again to find a different place outside Washington. So I hope that, I don't know where it will be. I hope to see you again next year. Thank you very much. Thank you for all your energy, insights, commitment for the conference.
Okay, that's all, everyone. Thank you so much for all your time and attention over the last few days. You can now make your way out to those wonderful sunset cocktails, hopefully somewhere with a view of Table Mountain.